If you're looking for something cozy to have on in the background while you're cleaning, folding laundry, or just needing a little kitchen inspiration, this video is for you. I'm sharing a big collection of easy, homemade recipes from my kitchen, from simple dinners and breakfasts to snacks and baking projects that actually fit real life. I've added chapters so you can skip around, take what you need right now, and come back later when you're ready for more. And if this kind of relaxed, real-life cooking is helpful for you, I'd love for you to subscribe and hang out with me here more often. Today we are going to go through two different absolutely delicious and amazing soups that you can make at home when it is really cold outside. So first we are going to do a chicken noodle soup, which I have already gotten my carrots and celery all chopped up. We still need to cut up our onions, so we're going to do that. And then our second soup is going to be a cheeseburger soup. And this one is so good. If you've never had a cheeseburger soup, it is delicious and going to be one of your favorites. So let's get started by cutting up our onion. And we only need half an onion, so that's why I cut it in half. And then I'm just gonna skin this one and put the other half of the onion in the fridge. I don't know if you noticed my new cutting board, but this is something my husband got me for Christmas and I absolutely love it. A neighbor of ours is actually, he's a carpenter and he has his own business and he made it, so that's really cool. And my mom got me this really cool onion saver thing for Christmas. So you're supposed to put like my half onion in there and then it doesn't stink up your fridge. So I'm gonna use this and see how it works. So I just have my other half of the onion, putting it in here, put the lid on. That would be really nice. I used to use like Ziploc bags, but now I won't have to waste so many Ziploc bags. I can just reuse this. So pretty cool. Our pan and oil are getting really warm. So I'm gonna pour all of our carrots and celery in here and our onions. And we're gonna saute these for like 5 minutes, just until they get not so hard and just a little soft. While we wait for our vegetables to be done, we are gonna measure our chicken stock. We need 8 whole cups. And this is a 4-cupper. So I'm just gonna measure 4 cups now and then we'll measure the other 4 cups later. Our vegetables are looking really good, so we're gonna go ahead and add in some seasonings. We've got curly parsley, and this is some that we grew ourselves and dried. Then we've got Genovese basil, and we also grew this ourselves and dried it. And then we've got rosemary and thyme that we're gonna add. Oh, looks like our thyme's almost gone. And then we have 4 cups of cold water we need to add as well. And then instead of chicken, I'm actually gonna use turkey because we had leftover turkey from Christmas. And this is a great way to reuse turkey after Thanksgiving or Christmas or anytime really. So I have about almost 2 pounds of turkey here. And I'm just, to make it easier to put in the pot, I'm gonna put it in my measuring cup first and then into the soup. So we have about 4 cups of turkey as well, shredded turkey. Splash all over the place. I'm gonna break up some of the turkey in here because it's a little big chunks, but it'll be fine. We'll break it up as we go. And then we are gonna just let this sit and simmer, although actually I need salt and pepper. So We're gonna add salt and pepper real quick. And then we are not gonna have this until dinner time. So I'm gonna let this simmer for like 4 hours, and then I'll add the noodles. I don't wanna add the noodles and then let it sit for 4 or 5 hours, and the noodles become mush. So we are gonna let this just really get all those flavors melded together, and then later before we eat, I'll add the noodles in to cook. So there's a really easy recipe you can make that will be super great in the cold winter months. It's got your veggies in it, it's got chicken stock, just really delicious, and a great way to use leftovers if you have leftover turkey from the holidays, or a lot of times I will buy a rotisserie chicken from Costco, and then we shred that up. So if you have rotisserie chicken, that's a great thing to use. But yeah, otherwise, chicken or turkey work interchangeably pretty easily with this. Okay, and then I'm just gonna put this on like 1 and just let it sit and simmer all day. All right, I'm gonna clean up a little bit. Okay, for our cheeseburger soup, we also need the chopped carrots and celery and an onion, which at the time of making this, I did not have any onions. So I just added onion powder into our hamburger, and I put about a whole teaspoon of onion powder in the hamburger just to make up for that onion flavor, since I didn't have any onions at the time I made this. I would recommend, if you do have onions, chop it up, and you would cook that in with the celery and carrots that we are cooking. So just a little FYI, if you don't have an onion, you can use the onion powder or use an actual chopped up onion. I can specifically remember my mom making this cheeseburger soup every year at Christmas time. We always on Christmas Eve have soups, and cheeseburger soup is just one of them that is a staple in my house growing up, and then now I'm going to also have this a staple in our house now that I have my own family, because it is just so good. The creaminess of the cheeses, and then the hamburger and the potatoes, it's just a delicious hearty soup that like is so good, and you cannot miss it in the winter season. Like, it's a staple you have to make. Probably biased, but I think it's so good. We also need about 4 cups of diced potatoes. So that came out to 3 large potatoes for me. So we're gonna shred these. And I know in my potato soup video, I did not take the skins off, but I do prefer taking the skins off in this cheeseburger soup, just because you want the cheese and the hamburger and everything to come out more versus the extra potato skins in it. So either way, it would still be fine if you wanted to keep the skins on, but I prefer for this recipe to take them off. So, and we are also not pre-cooking them. These are raw, they're gonna go in, and they are going to saute along with the carrots and celery as well. So we don't need to pre-cook them for this recipe. And for this recipe, we are going to saute our celery, carrots, and potatoes in about 4 tablespoons of melted butter. So you wanna melt that first in your pan before adding the vegetables and potatoes. For our seasonings, we're going to want parsley, rosemary, thyme, and dried basil. And I used about probably a teaspoon of each, and then only a 1/4 teaspoon of the rosemary, because that can be a little overpowering if you use too much rosemary. And looks like my basil is gone, so we're gonna have to grow some more, or I'll just go to the store and get some more dried basil while we wait for our fresh stuff to grow and dry. Once our veggies are done sauteing, which takes about 5 minutes, we are gonna add a 1/4 cup of flour. This is gonna make our roux and make the soup a little thicker. So we wanna stir that in, and then we'll add our chicken broth, and we are going to also add 1.5 cups of milk. So we're gonna add the chicken broth and the milk to our mixture now, and just stir this and kind of let it simmer for a little bit to get a little thicker. We don't want it super thick, but just probably like 5 minutes of letting it simmer. After adding our milk and chicken broth, we are going to add in the hamburger that we browned earlier. And then also we are gonna add 16 ounces of Velveeta cheese. And after we stir that in, we will add 4 ounces of cream cheese. And this all really gives it that nice, rich, creamy flavor, or texture, I guess. And then we also want to make sure to add about 3/4 teaspoon of salt and a 1/2 teaspoon of pepper. You can add more pepper if you like a lot more pepper, up to you. And then we'll just keep this on the stove on low temp for a few hours until we're ready to eat it at dinner time. I made this dough last night. Another really awesome thing about making your own bagels is you know what's in it. I think there's only 6 ingredients. There's sourdough starter, honey, flour, salt, and water. So 5 ingredients. And there's not all the preservatives or extra stuff that you don't know what that is. And they taste even better than store-bought bagels. So this is our dough. It has doubled in size. I was kind of shocked with how like I'm used to bread just like going all the way to the top of my bowl and getting super big. And this one doesn't rise as much as like a bread dough. It's more dense because it's bagels. So don't worry about that. It rises. This is doubled in size. It's just not as big as I'm used to. Okay, so before we take the dough out of our bowl, I'm getting parchment paper and I'm gonna get a baking sheet and get those prepped. So then we're ready to put the dough on the baking sheet. And I got 2 baking sheets out. This recipe makes 8 bagels. And since I am still new to this is my second time making bagels, I'm gonna use 2 sheet pans because I just wanna make sure that when I get them on here, they're not going to all squish together and just be like a glob of bagel. So I want lots of space until I get more comfortable and I'm like, oh yeah, they're not gonna grow into each other, it's fine. So we're just gonna start out with 2 baking sheets. And then I'm also gonna spray it with some olive oil so they don't stick. Set these to the side for right now. Okay, so typically when you're working with bread dough, you want to flour your surface, but this one you do not want to. Do not flour your surface. Just dump this out onto your clean countertop. Okay, so we are going to shape our dough into kind of like a log shape. Kind of pull it out, and then we need to get 8 chunks from this for our bagels. The recipe I'm following says to have them each around 115 grams, so I have my scale out so we can measure how much they weigh. Okay, 115 grams, and then we are going to form this into a ball and just set it on our greased parchment paper. And we'll just keep going. Okay, these last couple are around 120 grams instead of 115, but that's okay. They'll just be slightly larger. I'm going to clean up our counter and we're gonna let these rest for 10 to 15 minutes just to let the gluten rest and form, and then we will poke the holes in the middle and form our bagels. While we wait for our bagels to rest, we're gonna preheat our oven to 425, and if you've watched my previous videos, you know, double check your oven before you preheat it because you might have something in there and then it gets destroyed. So double check your oven first. Now we need to form these so they look like a bagel. Example, putting a hole in them. So this is really easy. You just stick your finger right down into it and then put both fingers through on each side and just do one of these little barrel roll moves. The dough will stretch and the hole will be pretty big. And I would recommend getting it this big because the last time when I made these, I had the hole decently sized and I thought, oh yeah, that'll be perfect. But then once I went to bake them, it kind of smushed together and the hole was only like it was super tiny or it disappeared altogether. So just from experience, I would say make the hole bigger because it will shrink a little bit. And I guess really the hole in a bagel isn't like the most important thing. Like it's, you know, if you don't have it, it's not that big of a deal. And then your cream cheese won't fall through the middle. So yeah, we just go through and do this on all of them. And I will have the recipe that I followed and used linked in the description below. So if you want to try these at home, you definitely can. Go to that website. I used it, I believe it was from Clever Carrot, because like I said, I've never made these before, so I wasn't going to attempt to just wing it. But yeah, that'll be linked in the description if you want to try them out yourself. And then when I'm done with this step, we are going to cover them with wet towels, like a tea towel or a wet paper towel, and let them rest again for another 20 minutes. And then after that, we are going to go to the boiling stage, which is honestly kind of fun. I am curious how many people have tried making bagels at home before. What was your experience? Put them in the comments below. I would love to see if you guys have ever tried making bagels, or if you tried it and you hated it, or you loved it, or you have tips and tricks that you would offer. I would love that because, again, I'm just learning how to make these. So if you have been doing it for years and you have lots of good tips, give them to me, please. I would love to have tips on how to make this process easier or different, or, you know, just switching it up. Okay, so we got the holes in all of them. I'm gonna get some wet paper towels and we will cover it for 20 minutes. And the wet paper towel is just so they don't dry out while we're letting them rest for another 20 minutes, just to keep the moisture in there. We are going to get our water boiling while we wait for the bagels to rest 15 to 20 minutes. And I'm also going to be making these everything bagel seasoning bagels. So I'm gonna get my seasoning ready for after we boil them. And you want to do this pretty quickly after you take them out of the water bath, so then the seeds stick to the bagels easier, because they're kind of a sticky texture right now. So while they're still kind of wet and warm, you want to get the seasonings on them. There's lots of different options for bagels that you could do. You could just do a plain bagel. You could do like an Asiago cheese bagel. I always love those. You could do fruit on top, like probably dehydrated strawberries or blueberries. There's quite a few options of what you could do. You could do like cinnamon raisin, that'd be good. So now that these are all covered in our seeds, we're gonna pop these in the oven for 21 minutes. And then after that amount of time, we will flip them over and bake them for another 1 to 2 minutes. All right, so our bagels are officially done. They look fantastic. They look even better than the batch I made earlier this week. They're a little more golden brown and they're super soft. I don't think it really did much different. Maybe I needed it a little less, but they look really good and they taste fantastic. So we are going to go ahead and store these. And I love eating them like I was showing with cream cheese and eggs, scrambled eggs with sauteed peppers and onions. That is my favorite way to eat a bagel, especially for breakfast. So I'm getting like some veggies and protein in with my dairy and carbs. And yeah, I didn't get to show you my entire sandwich because my toddler woke up and she needed mom. So I did eat that and it was delicious. One thing I want to show you, because I'm storing these in a Tupperware container with a lid, so it's gonna work just fine. But one thing that's really cool, my husband got me these reusable bakery bags for Christmas. One of them is in the freezer with another loaf of bread, and then this one I'm currently using for a loaf of bread that we're eating. And this is all 100% organic cotton, and then the inside is lined with beeswax, and it's supposed to really keep your bread nice and fresh and keep it, and so then you don't have to, you know, use Ziploc bags, so like the bread still looks really good. So yeah, I don't have to use a bunch of Ziploc bags. That's how I used to keep my bread, and I really love these. He just got them on Amazon, which is, I mean, Amazon just has everything, but they're super cool. If you are looking in the market for some reusable bread bags, I'll link them below. But yeah, I wanted to share that because I had never heard of this and I just love them. And you can store anything in it. You can store a loaf of bread, bagels, rolls, hot dog buns, hamburger buns, croissants, pretzels. So it's really awesome. And it's nice and big. You could store a lot in there. So if I didn't have bread in here, I would be storing the bagels in here, but they'll work in this Tupperware container for now. And one really awesome thing about these bagels is they're smaller than like we usually would get bagels at Costco, which those are pretty big because everything's bigger at Costco. But I can actually eat like a full bagel of one of these and not feel bloated and super full. All the other bagels that I usually would buy, I would feel really full and like stuffed afterwards, so I could only eat like half. And these, they don't do that. I don't know if it's because the fermentation benefits of sourdough, I don't know. But yeah, that's just something I wanted to mention, that like these are smaller and you can eat a lot and they don't make you feel super full and bloated. We are gonna start with our cottage cheese blueberry muffins first. Okay, so we are gonna start with our wet ingredients. So that includes our milk, eggs, cottage cheese, vanilla, and maple syrup. And the reason we are doing those first is because we're gonna use the immersion blender to blend all of those together before we add our dry ingredients, just so then it gives it a nice smooth texture, since you know cottage cheese has chunks in it. So it's just a nice way to make your texture more smooth. And we always get the 4% cottage cheese, 4% milk fat. So I love the Daisy brand. I know there's a lot of brands out there, but the Daisy has been my favorite. It's always so creamy and it just tastes really good. Okay, so we need a cup of cottage cheese. It's a little more than a cup. Pour this in our bowl. We need 3/4 cup of milk, and we like to use whole milk. If you have almond or skim or 2% or whatever, that's totally fine to use as well. And then we need maple syrup. So I'm not putting any white sugar or brown sugar in this. Our maple syrup, our organic maple syrup, which can also be found at Costco, is what I'm gonna use. And then we need 2 eggs and a teaspoon of vanilla. I'm really excited to make these muffins. I love having some extra treats around the house or snacks that are healthy that we can snack on, and I'm not worried about like oh, what are you eating? So these are just so fun, and they're delicious for breakfast. I love eating. If you saw my most recent video, I made homemade bagels, so go check that out if you are interested in making bagels. But we've gone through 2 batches over like the last 3 weeks, so I'm kind of bageled out and I'm ready for some muffins, and then probably in a couple weeks I'll go back to bagels and, you know, just change it up and keep things interesting. Okay, now that we have all of our wet ingredients nicely mixed together, I am gonna do a little bit of cleanup and get our dry ingredients out here, but also we need to preheat our oven. So we're gonna do that quick, and we're preheating at 400 degrees. So that'll be ready by the time we need to put them in. All right, let's clean up a little bit. I have some splatterings on my counter from when I did the immersion blender, so I'm gonna wipe the counter down real quick too, just to get that out of here. Okay, now we are ready for our dry ingredients. And for Christmas, I asked for a bunch of storage stuff, and I absolutely love my new flour containers. I have one for all-purpose flour, one for wheat flour, one for bread flour, and one for sugar. And they are so nice. They come with a seal. I just love them. I was so ready to get some new stuff after the containers I had been using, I'd had since I graduated college, which almost 10 years ago now. So they needed to be, you know, donated and just moved along. So we need 2 cups of all-purpose flour. And so we need 1 teaspoon of baking powder. I don't know about where you guys are, but today is Sunday, and it is snowing outside. It's not like a crazy large snowflake snow. It's just a nice, I want to say downpour, but that's not the right word. It's a nice, just a really nice, lovely snow day. Nothing, I don't think we're gonna get much accumulated at all, so it won't be like school's out or anything tomorrow, but it's been really nice. I love the snow. Okay, and we're also gonna add a half teaspoon of cinnamon into these muffins. I think that'll just be a really good extra layer of flavor and go really well with the maple syrup as our sweetener. Cinnamon and maple syrup just always taste so good together. And a 4th cup, not a 4th cup, don't do a 4th cup, 4th teaspoon of salt. You could definitely use a handheld mixer or beater for this. You just don't want to over mix it because then they won't be as fluffy. Our last couple ingredients we need to mix in are the blueberries, and we've got 1 teaspoon of lemon juice. Okay, found the blueberries. My husband got them from Costco yesterday and they were buried in our fridge. And I did already wash them, I just put them back in the container, so we want 1 cup of blueberries. A couple for myself. Those are good blueberries. Okay. Lemon juice. And we're just gonna gently fold these blueberries in. We don't want to use, I wouldn't recommend using a mixer when you do this because blueberries, they'll crack. They can be pretty fragile, so they can crack apart and kind of get pretty mushy. This doesn't really look like there's a whole lot of blueberries in there. I might pour some more in there. So I want to make sure we have adequate amount of blueberries in our muffins. Okay, that looks better. All right, so we've got our muffin tins, and I'm going to be using paper liners for these. If you want to spray it with whatever cooking spray you have, you can do that too. If you have those silicone baking cups, you can use those as well. All right, I'm gonna start with 1 tray and then see how many you get and see if we need the second one. Wow. So we are going to need the second tray. So I'm gonna put some in here. And if you have been wondering what this is, why it's sitting on my counter, while we've been making these muffins. It is a steamer or a rice cooker. You can use it for both. And for our next recipe that we're gonna go through, it's going to be a cottage cheese chicken Alfredo, and I'm adding broccoli to it for some vegetables. So that is what is in here. It's broccoli being steamed. So then it's prepped and ready to go when I need it. So I think I'll just need 1 or 2 more. And I probably could have gotten a full 24 total muffins if like a couple of them I filled a little extra full. So you probably get 24 if you spread it out. All right, so these are going to go in the oven for 15 to 18 minutes. All right, and while we wait for these to cook, I'm gonna get the water boiling for the noodles that we're gonna make for our fettuccine Alfredo. Yeah, and then do a little bit of dishes first before I start that, just so I'm not so backed up and behind when I'm done with the whole meal prepping situation. So let's do it. So for our chicken Alfredo, I am going to use penne pasta. I know that's not technical like fettuccine noodles and stuff, but to me this is what we have, so this is what I'm going to use. And it works just fine. I'm not Italian. I know they have very like set, gotta have this and this, but it'll be fine. So anyways, if you wanted to pack this with even more protein, you could use protein pasta instead of regular pasta noodles. I do like Banza pasta. Make sure to only boil it for like 5 or 6 minutes though, because otherwise anything past that, it gets mushy and just falls apart. But a friend of mine also uses the Barilla, this brand, but the protein pasta, and she loves it. So that is also another brand you can check out. I need to find it and try it because I have not personally tried the Barilla protein pasta before, but if you're wanting extra protein, you can do protein pasta. Okay, so our water is boiling, so we're gonna add the noodles. I need to set a separate timer on my phone for the pasta because I have my microwave timer for the muffins. And the box says for the penne pasta to do 11 to 12 minutes for al dente. I'm only gonna cook it for 8 to 9 because we're gonna put it in a baking dish, and then I'm gonna do kind of like a bake and bake it in the oven the night that we're gonna eat this. So they're gonna be re-baked, and I don't want them to be too cooked now to where they kind of get mushy later. 8 minutes. And our muffins are almost done. We got 2 minutes on that, so I'm just gonna quickly start measuring my cottage cheese and stuff, but we are gonna have to check on the muffins real soon. And they're starting to smell really good. I can smell the maple syrup and the cinnamon already. I have a feeling these are gonna be bomb. So I am doubling my cottage cheese Alfredo recipe because I am doing 16 ounces of pasta. I'm doing a whole pound, and my recipe goes off 8 ounces, so I'm doubling it. So we need 2 cups of cottage cheese and 3/4 cup of milk. And I'm just gonna measure 3/4 cup twice. All right, our timer is going off, so we are gonna check our muffins. Okay. I can just tell by looking at these that they are gonna need a few more minutes. So I'm gonna go ahead and just turn these around and then put them back. These ones are looking really good, but these are still light, so. Okay, all right, our timer went off again, and I am betting these are going to be perfect now. Let's double check with a toothpick though. Nice and clean. All right, we're gonna take these out. So we got our muffins out of the oven. They look fantastic. Gonna let them cool a little bit. And our timer also just went off for the noodles. So we are gonna strain our noodles. So one tip I learned from watching, this is probably a lot of Food Network, is that running cold water over your noodles after you put them in the strainer will stop them from cooking. So just running some cold water over these. And also you want to kind of stir them too while you put the water over them. Because I don't know if you've ever discovered that if macaroni noodles, if you just throw them in the strainer and don't put water on them or stir them up, they just kind of clump together. So that's another reason you want to stir them, is so they don't get all clumped and stuck together. I'm gonna leave those in the sink for a little bit until we're done making the sauce. Okay, so now we are back to our sauce. This is how cooking goes sometimes when you're doing multiple things at once. You gotta start something, leave it alone, get your other stuff and come back. So it can be kind of a crazy mess sometimes. All right, so we got most of our stuff. Well, we have two things in our bowl. We need shredded Parmesan cheese, and I'm gonna probably end up putting this whole bag in here, but I just wanna make sure that we at least have a full cup. Okay, yeah, we do. Doubling this, I wanna at least have a full cup of shredded Parmesan cheese, and then if you add more, it'll just make it even cheesier. So, but you do wanna make sure when you're doing the cheese that you don't buy the pre-shredded cheese, because that has an anti-caking agent in it that will keep your cheese from really melting well. I've done that before, and then the cheese has like a bunch of these lumps in there because that is put on there so it stays shredded and doesn't clump together or melt as well. So buy the block Parmesan, shred it yourself because it will melt a lot easier for you that way. Okay, so we've got these in here, and now we just have our seasonings, and we need 2 teaspoons of garlic powder. And we also need 2 teaspoons of cornstarch. This is gonna be what helps our sauce thicken up. 1 whole teaspoon of basil. 1 teaspoon salt, which I'm getting kind of low on my salt in here. I have to refill this. And then a 1/2 teaspoon of black pepper and oregano, 1 teaspoon oregano, which this is stuff that we grew and dried ourselves. So I'm just gonna eyeball it. And we're gonna use the immersion blender too, so it'll get all ground up with the immersion blender. Okay, so that is everything for our sauce. Now we are going to use the immersion blender to mix it all together. And if you do not have an immersion blender, you can use a regular blender or even a food processor. This immersion blender is very much worth the investment. It's definitely worth the investment. If you could get a corded one, this one has a battery, so we charge it, and the corded ones are cheaper. I think it's anywhere from $40 to like $80, $90 for the cordless. So it's a pretty good chunk of change, but once you get it, it lasts forever and it's just super handy. You can use it for a lot of stuff. So worth the investment, make sure to get one. Okay, so we are going to move everything back onto our burner, add our sauce because it needs to thicken a little bit, add the noodles, add the broccoli, stir it all together, and then we'll put it in a pan that we can store and save for later this week to bake. And we'll just turn our burner on a lower heat. We obviously don't need this to boil or anything. So I'm just gonna put it on level 2. And since our burner's already pretty warm, it'll be fine. All right, let's pour in our noodles. Yeah, this looks fantastic. And it smells so good too. Okay, I'm also gonna add in the broccoli so it can all really cook together and get all the flavors. This is gonna be so good. This would also make a really good freezer meal if you want to plan out like your month, or maybe you're pregnant and gonna be, you know, postpartum and you wanna have some meals in your freezer for once baby comes. This would be a great one to make and then also freeze. So just an FYI if you were looking for any of those freezer meal ideas. All right, we're gonna let this set and just kind of thicken up and cook a little bit and mix in all that sauce. And I'm gonna try one of these muffins because they're smelling really good. All right, we are almost done with our meal prep. We're gonna get our muffins out, try them, and then package them up. Which one do I wanna try? This one looks good. Look at that, you can see the blueberry on the side. It looks like it might not be done all the way. I might have to pop these back in the oven. They smell amazing. I just don't think they've cooked long enough, even though my toothpick came out clean. So that's weird. Well, let's get our oven heated up again. It can always be finicky when you're doing like fresh berries. The blueberries probably are causing it to need a longer time to cook. It happens to the best of everyone, whether you're a professional or you're just learning and just starting. I'm probably gonna put some tinfoil over the top though, because I don't want these to get like too much more brown. Okay, so never mind about the muffins. We will move on to our fettuccine and boxing or packaging it up. Okay, so since we are going to be eating this week, I'm going to put it in my glass 9x13 dish. If I was putting this in the freezer, I would put it in one of these tinfoil, or whatever this is, aluminum pans. So we're gonna do glass since we're eating it this week. And you're probably thinking, Allison, you said this was a chicken fettuccine Alfredo with broccoli. Where's the chicken? I didn't see you put any chicken in here. I did not forget. So Costco has these amazing rotisserie chicken strips, and I mean, they're not Costco brand, they're Tyson, but they're so good. So when we have this for dinner, I'm just gonna pop these in the air fryer real quick. They take like 8 minutes in the air fryer, and then I'll cut them up and serve them on top of the baked dish. So we will be having chicken with it. I'm not going to add it to the dish yet. If you have chicken breasts or even turkey and it's shredded, I would mix it all in together and put it in the dish and then just bake it. But I don't have thawed chicken breast that's cooked and all the things, so we are just gonna use this for a time saver. And I am hungry because I haven't eaten lunch yet, so I'm gonna try a piece of this Alfredo. It has so much flavor. It's so creamy, delicious. And the noodles are right on the brink of al dente. So when I put this in the oven to cook it, they'll cook and they'll be perfect. Okay, let's cover this and get it in our fridge. And again, since we are going to cook this probably tomorrow for dinner, I am just gonna pop it in the fridge with one layer of plastic on it. If I was freezing it, I'd do like tin foil on top and just extra layers so it wouldn't get freezer burnt, but this will be perfect for just sitting in the fridge for a couple days. Okay, these are out of the oven again. Let's see. I put them in for an additional 4 minutes, so I mean, they should be plenty baked by now. And this was a new recipe that I hadn't tried before, so I guess that shows me I need to try recipes first before I attempt to show you how to make them, but this is just reality, and it shows that I am also human, and sometimes recipes don't work out as you intend them to. However, let's see how or what happened. Yeah, it's like, it's cooked, but it's like the bottom is sticking to the paper, so I guess I needed to spray the paper, which I've never done that before for muffins or for cupcakes. I don't know. I mean, they look done. Maybe it's the blueberries. Gosh, I don't know. And they're all cooked. It's cooked all the way through. It's just the bottom sticking to my paper. Oh, geez. Okay. Flavor's good. I don't know what happened. It tastes good. I'm still gonna eat them because they're just for my family, so it'll just be like the half of a muffin in the top, and then we'll just have to throw the bottom away, I guess. I don't know. If you guys have made muffins before and this has happened, should I have added more flour? Should I have put flour around the blueberries, like kind of like toss them in flour first? Would that make a difference? Or is it I just need to spray the paper cups? I didn't think I needed to spray them since I was putting it in paper cups, but maybe that's the key. I don't know. Comment below, let me know your thoughts on what you think I should have added. But yeah, they taste good. I mean, I'm still gonna eat it because I'm hungry and it tastes good, but that's disappointing. Alrighty, well, I can 100% promise that the fettuccine is really good. I've made it before for my family. Everybody has loved it. Made it and I just tasted it and it's delicious. So that one you could make in meal plan. I am going to go back to the drawing board and test out these blueberry muffins again. And then I'll come back to you guys again in a later video, probably a month or so from now. When I show you again, they will have worked. So I don't know. Comment below what you think I should have done. I would really love your help because I am not sure. Again, I I didn't go to culinary school or any of those things. I'm a mom who cooks for her family and grew up cooking with my family. So I don't have the culinary restaurant expertise of some stuff. I'm just learning as I go and sharing with you guys. So my sister is actually the one who recommended this version of a sheet pan dinner to me with using cheese tortellini. I had never heard of that. And I guess she saw it on Instagram or something. Someone was making it for their kid. And so she's like, oh, this, and she tried it and her and her family loved it. And then also her kids loved it. Her kid, she has one kid. And then she told me about it and I was like, oh, that seems pretty good. I should try that. And I honestly didn't try it until my mom made it, and she made too much, so she gave us a batch. And it is so good. Like, instead of, usually with sheet pan dinners, I do like sweet potatoes or regular potatoes. And this one, for the carb or starch, you just use the tortellini, and it's so good. I just love that. Sheet pan dinners are so versatile that you can really add, you know, whatever is in your pantry and fridge. If you have potatoes, use potatoes. If you have cheesy tortellini, use cheesy tortellini. And then any vegetables, and always gotta have a meat. You wanna get your protein in. And they're just so easy to throw together, and also they taste delicious. So I loved it when she recommended it. She actually usually uses asparagus, which I don't have any asparagus, so I am not going to be using that. I'm gonna use bell peppers, tomatoes, and those will be our vegetables. And then the tortellini and some meat. So it's just, sheet pan dinners are so nice because they are so versatile, and you can really kind of just like throw them together with whatever is in your fridge. All right, so I think we have plenty of tomatoes here. I filled up our whole bowl, used almost all of these. I probably could, but I'm gonna save a few of these chunks for later to do like a salad or something. So saving these, good with our tomatoes, and I'm gonna get our bell peppers out. And with these sheet pan dinners, I don't always like measure everything that I'm putting in. Like, I didn't measure how many tomatoes this is. I just always feel like get lots of veggies. You can fill your sheet pan up, and you know, the more you have, then you have some leftovers and you can eat for longer throughout the week. I am using, it's probably gonna be about 2 full bell peppers in this sheet pan dinner. I cut up a few earlier, and so I'm using what I have left, which probably equals about 1. And then I'm cutting up a whole nother bell pepper. Also, to make this an easy dinner for you throughout the week, so you don't have to cut up the peppers and all the veggies, I would recommend, like on Saturday or Sunday when, you know, everybody's just kind of chilling and relaxing, cut up your veggies and just put them in containers. And that way, when you go, you know, throughout the week to make dinner, it's already cut up, and all you have to do is just throw everything on a sheet pan. You could even kind of meal prep it a little bit before, where throw everything in a bowl, add the oil, add the seasonings, put it in a, if you're gonna make it that week, you can leave it in the bowl and just cover it in saran wrap, and then just throw it on a sheet pan the night that you're gonna, you know, cook it. Or if you want it to be a little further in the future, you can put it in a, like a Ziploc bag, because that'll probably compress a little better to keep in your fridge. Yeah, these are so delicious, and they're easy to throw together. I mean, seriously, you're just like throwing some ingredients on a sheet pan and calling it good. And they're much cheaper than eating out or even ordering, you know, from like a healthy food store. It's just all stuff that you can buy. We pretty much just go to Costco now, so you can definitely get all this stuff at Costco, or any other local grocery store is gonna have veggies, cheese tortellini, and some meat. Just gonna throw these in here. And I'm very thankful that my daughter, she is almost 2, is not a picky eater. We'll see once we have more kids if, you know, they're picky eaters or what happens, but I do really feel like we did baby-led weaning starting at 6 months, where we didn't feed her all the meals. It was like just for fun, you know, before they're 1, you feed them for fun. Although I do feel like it's important to feed different variety of things, because we gave her, I tried to do, if you've seen the 100 foods before 1-year-old, I tried to do that, but there was like like lamb, and I'm like, we never eat lamb, so I'm not gonna cook lamb. But I tried to do all the different vegetables. We did zucchini, and I would do like zucchini fries. That sounds bad. I did them in the air fryer, so it's not like I'm like deep fat frying zucchini to give to my baby. It was just in the air fryer with like some avocado oil. But gave her all different flavor profiles to try and taste, and including like broccoli. And of course, you know, you want to steam it because they don't have teeth yet. So it has to be mushy enough for them to just like put in their mouth and gum on with their gummy teeth or their gums. And so I think that really helped because we also did vegetables first. We did like sweet potatoes, peppers, all the savory stuff before we introduced any fruits. So she wasn't like just wanting all the sweet stuff. I don't know. I'm gonna do it again when we have another kid, and we'll see if it's just her and we're just lucky, or if that really does help. I don't know. We shall see. But I am very thankful that like my daughter will eat tomatoes and bell peppers, so I don't have to like prepare anything separate. Got those cut up, and now we just need our sheet pan to throw it all together because this is so easy. And to make cleanup really easy, I'm going to use parchment paper on my sheet pan. If you don't have parchment paper, you don't have to use it. Just make sure to spray and use oil so then it doesn't stick to your pan, so it's easy to clean. And I kind of do this a couple different ways. So sometimes I put it in a bowl, pour the oil over, mix it in a bowl, and also then add the seasonings. Sometimes I just pour it straight onto the sheet pan and then mix it on here. So it really, there's not a right or wrong way to do it, whichever way you want to do. The other way obviously adds more dishes to your plate, but they both work just fine. These are still kind of frozen because I forgot to get them out of the freezer earlier, so whoops. Okay, so we just have a few more steps before our sheet pan dinner is done and ready for the oven, but I'm gonna put some dishes in the sink real quick just to clean up my space. And actually, I need my cutting board back, so I'm gonna swap these because I need to get the meat out of the, that is also still in the freezer. I'll show it to you, so it'll be okay that it's frozen. Okay, so if you have watched some of my other videos before, you know that I love the Amy Lou sausage. These are the breakfast ones. Just a sec. Okay, so it actually looks like we have used all of our apple Gouda Amy Lou sausage because this is the Amy Lou breakfast sausage. I know because it's in links. That's okay. I am going to use a different, this one is chicken sausage, Parmesan, and cracked black pepper. It will be perfectly fine. I usually just like the apple Gouda because it just has like a sweet flavor with the apple, but these will work too. So, and yes, they are frozen. However, since they're sausage links, they've already been cooked a little bit. They're pre-cooked, so they're not completely raw in the middle. They just need to be heated up and not frozen. So that'll be fine because we'll just throw it on the sheet pan. It'll cook and thaw while it's in the oven, so it'll be fine. Okay, I am gonna put this back in the freezer and throw these away so I don't think that we have the meat when we don't. Oh, now my fingertips are cold. And that's another reason that I just love doing sheet pan dinners, because you can use pretty much whatever meat. Like if you have chicken breasts, you can cook the chicken breast separately, cut it up, throw it on your sheet pan, put it back in the oven. You can kind of just like go with whatever you have in your freezer. So that's why I really like these, because they are so versatile. Okay, I'm gonna let these thaw for just a little bit so I can get them cut up. I'm gonna do some dishes while we wait. All right, so I'm not gonna keep it from you. I did throw these in the microwave for about a minute on defrost, just so I could break them up easier. They are apart now, so now we can cut these up. And these cut so easily when they're frozen. Like I prefer actually cutting them when they're frozen. Okay, done. Alrighty, now we can put these on our sheet pan and add oil and seasoning. And I could see some people commenting or thinking, oh wow, you don't have any sauce. I have to have sauce when I have noodles. It's gonna be so dry. Well, with the tomatoes, once they cook, they actually form a nice juice that when you mix it all together, it is not dry at all. And adding oil is obviously gonna add a little bit of liquid, so it's not gonna dry out. Now, if you just used like broccoli or just the peppers, maybe then it might be a little dry. You'd wanna add some extra oil or maybe just a little sauce at the end. But definitely the tomatoes help here, giving it a good flavor and just consistency, and everything mixes really well together. Okay, and as you can tell, I like a lot of seasonings, but I like my food to have lots of flavor. So we are gonna do an Italian theme since we have pasta and tomatoes. And I'm gonna do parsley, some rosemary, basil, onion powder, and thyme. And then salt and pepper, of course, too. Okay, and we still need to preheat our oven, so I'm gonna do that. All right, we're gonna preheat our oven to 400 degrees. I'm gonna put my seasonings away. I don't know about you, but I am one of those people where if I am getting something out of my cupboard, like the seasonings, I typically leave the cupboard door open, and then once I put it all back, I will shut them. So I don't know if that bothers you or if you're not that kind of person, but that's usually how I do things. And I'm also that way, like when I'm putting the dishes out of the dishwasher, like I will have every single cupboard in the kitchen open because I'm putting stuff away. I don't want to have to reopen the drawers. And it's just funny. I always feel like the opposite people marry each other because my husband is not that way. He opens, puts it away, and then shuts the door. And I'm like, let's leave them all open until we're done. So I just find that funny. I don't know. What are you? Are you a cupboards open person, or do you open it and then shut it and then open it and shut it a bunch more times when you're like putting stuff away? Set this on our oven and we will clean up our countertop. And again, I still have this reusable paper towel that I love. I actually got another one for Christmas for my mom, and it's cute. It also has cats on it, but I love these. They're so nice, and seriously a game changer. Use way less paper towels because these you can throw in the washing machine or the dishwasher on like the top rack, clean them. They're 100% cotton, so they're really awesome. While we wait for our oven to preheat, I might as well just show you how I store these, because I could see some people being like, well, I don't want those just stacked up next to my sink. Like, how in the heck do I store these? I got a command hook and it works great. Because yes, before I got my command hook, it was probably like a good 6 months that these were just like sitting on my kitchen counter, and I hated that. So I got this command hook, and now after I wash it off, just hang it up, and they dry all by themselves right there. They wring out really easily, so they're not, it's not like soaking wet that it's hanging up here and then it's like just dripping. Like you wring it out and all the water comes out basically. But yeah, they're so great. And yeah, I just stuck a command hook onto my backsplash, and now it's not all over my counter. It's hanging nice right there. So I know these, you can find them a lot of places. I'm sure Amazon has them. I know Costco sells them, and a lot of like kitchen stores. I got both of mine at this kitchen store at a local strip mall. So I'm sure you can look anywhere and they probably will have them. They're pretty popular nowadays. But yeah. So our sheet pan dinner isn't done yet, but I'm going to stir it around. Very carefully, trying not to have anything fall into our oven. Yeah, oh no. I'll have to rescue that later. For our second sheet pan dinner that we're gonna walk through, we are gonna be using sweet potatoes, some veggies, and some more andouille sausage. So I shredded all of these potatoes yesterday, or not shredded, took the skin off all of these potatoes yesterday, so I didn't have to do that today. And I had them sit in a water bath with lemon juice overnight. That keeps them from browning, because sweet potatoes can be really prone to getting brown like super quick. I mean, you can already see that there's a little bit of brown in these that even with sitting in the lemon juice, it's still got a tiny bit brown, and I'm just shredding. What is the word? I want to say skinning, but that's not it. Anyways, man, I'm gonna think of it later and I'm gonna kick myself. So anyways, y'all know what I mean. Taking the pieces off with our peeler. Peeling, there we go, found it. With our peeler. Oh gosh. Okay, so yeah, if you have even like apples or regular potatoes, a water bath with lemon juice or vinegar, something acidic, will help keep them looking fresh and nicer for longer. If you need to prep something in the morning and eat them later in the day, like apples, you can add them in some water and lemon juice, and then it'll be still ready to go and in good shape by the afternoon. So anyways, back to our sheet pan dinner. I peeled these potatoes yesterday and did all of our potatoes, but I'm not gonna need this many for our sheet pan dinner, so I'm gonna cut some of these up into fry shapes, so a little longer and thinner. And then we will later this week make sweet potato fries in our air fryer, and they are so good and so easy to make at home if you have never done that before. Look up a recipe, it's really easy and delicious. But yeah, so I'm gonna also put these in a water bath with some lemon juice so they stay nice and fresh for later in the week when we go to make our fries. I am still absolutely loving my cutting board that my husband got for me for Christmas. It works so easily, and I love that I can wipe it clean really quickly to go on to another chopping and cutting adventure. Also for this sheet pan dinner, we are going to be adding broccoli and bell peppers, and I did cut up a bunch of bell peppers yesterday just to have them ready and prepped. So I cut up a total of 3 peppers. I'm going to use about 2 in this one, and then 1 I'll save for another recipe. But I absolutely love adding bell peppers. 1, because they're pretty and they add great color, but 2, I also just love the taste of them. I think they taste so good with anything and everything. I eat them probably about every day. And then we're gonna cut up, I don't always measure, so about 2 cups of broccoli, I would guess, is what we used here. I usually just kind of eyeball it with the veggies, make sure that it fills up the sheet pan, and as long as it fills up the sheet pan, I am good with going along with the amount of veggies that we have. But it's probably about 2 cups of broccoli. So we're not gonna cook this beforehand. We are just gonna throw it all in the bowl, mix it all together with our oils, and then add it to the sheet pan, and it will all cook in the oven together at a later time. All right, now for the seasonings that I used on this sheet pan dinner, which I should probably find a more official name for this, but the one with sweet potatoes, I used a Southwestern seasoning that had dried onion, dried garlic, chilies, a little bit of salt. So I used that one, and then I also used a bunch of basil and then regular salt and pepper. Also love that with sheet pan dinners, you can kind of mix and match your flavors. Like if you want it to be spicier, add some more chili pepper or chili flakes. If you want it to be more Italian based, or just really whatever flavor profiles you and your family love, you can definitely mix them up and see what you like. One time you could make a spicy one, see what people think. Next time, make a more savory, Italian, herbed sheet pan dinner, see what people think. And I just love that you can have the variety and it doesn't have to always be the same. Also, don't want to forget, we are going to preheat our oven to 400 degrees for this one as well. And I do not add the meat on this one as early as I do with the tortellini sheet pan dinner, because the potatoes take longer to cook in the oven than tortellini does. So typically this is in the oven for 25 to 35 minutes before I even add the meat. As you can see later, I put it in for 20 minutes, check it, it's still not done, put it back for an additional 10-15 minutes, and then I added the meat for an additional 15 minutes. So it was in the oven for a total of 45 minutes to 50 minutes. The tortellini one is only going to cook in the oven for 20 to 25 minutes because those do not take as long to cook. So it just kind of varies. Start low with like 20 minutes, check your potatoes, see how they're doing. I always use a fork, and then add more time as needed. And also with this one, I am adding tinfoil because the broccoli typically starts to brown on the outside faster than what everything else is cooking. So I'm adding tinfoil to make sure that we don't burn our broccoli. All right, so after a nice long cooking process, our sheet pan dinner is finally done and ready to eat. Look how delicious this looks. And honestly, they are so easy to make and easy on your budget. I will do the math and throw it up here, what the cost breakdown is, but I know it has to be really budget friendly and something that you can have lots of leftovers for and just eat throughout the week as well, either for lunches or other dinners. So thank you so much for watching. I will either write or link both of the recipes that we made today in the description below. And then also I will have a cost breakdown so you guys can see how budget friendly this is compared to, you know, eating out or ordering in and using DoorDash or Uber Eats or whatever app you use. Today we have some really cool appetizer ideas that you can take to your next football watching party or just make and eat at home. It's so delicious. So we also have an exciting surprise. My husband is going to be making one of these appetizers on the grill. So let's dive in. All right, so first up, we are going to be making or baking 2 Artisan sourdough loaves of bread. I made these yesterday. If you're not familiar with sourdough, it is a 2-day process. You make the dough, let it bulk rise and ferment one day, and then the next day you take it out and you bake it. So I am making 2 different kinds. One is a cheddar cheese sourdough. I really wanted to make a cheddar jalapeno sourdough, but we got home late from a date night with some friends and I did not feel like drying the jalapenos, getting them out, and it just seemed like a lot of work. So I just shredded the cheese and put it in there, and this still turned out great. I'll have to make a cheddar jalapeno another time. And then the second loaf I made was a garlic herb loaf, and it has garlic powder, rosemary, thyme, basil, and parsley in it. So this one I'm really excited for because it already smells delicious and I know it has to taste good. So when you go to bake your Artisan sourdough, you're gonna want to have parchment paper out. So I'm getting 2 separate sheets of parchment for both of our loaves of bread. I'm not gonna bake them at the same time because they need to bake in our Dutch oven. So I will be making them in batches, one first and then the next. And you don't need to flour your parchment paper. You just dump it, try to get it in the middle as possible on your parchment paper. I know this first one, I totally missed the mark and it's like on the side of my parchment paper, but hopefully it'll turn out just fine and it won't be an issue. And then you also want to score your sourdough. And so this is with using a razor blade. You want to make cuts into the dough. I know there's some really fancy cuts that you can make to make it look like, you know, a heart for Valentine's Day or a tree for Christmas or whatever, but I usually am just making these for my family and friends. So I just do some quick, easy cuts and it still turns out great and looks delicious. You can also spread or sprinkle a little bit of flour over the top before you put it in the oven. That just, as it rises, the flour just kind of really enhances the design that you made on the top of the bread. So you don't have to. It's more just for pretty, enhancing the design. So the baking process for this bread, we are going to preheat our oven to 450 degrees. And then once it is preheated halfway there, put your Dutch oven. So once it's around like 250 degrees, put your Dutch oven in the oven to kind of warm it up. And then also you want to add a few ice cubes to the outside, not where it's touching the bread, but on the outside of the parchment paper, and then put the lid on your Dutch oven. So the ice cubes make a really good steam, which helps the bread rise and get crispy. And ice cubes are just easier to use than pouring water in your Dutch oven. So we're gonna wanna bake the bread for 20 to 25 minutes with the lid on, and then we will take the lid off and bake it for an additional 15 to 20 minutes. I did 25 and 20, so just, you can do 15, and then if it needs a few more minutes, add a few more minutes, and then it's all done. I am super excited for how these turned out. The garlic herb loaf is definitely a lot taller. It had a better rise on it than the cheddar one, but they still look fantastic. They have the nice golden brown, the crispy edges. They're super soft, but I'm gonna transfer them to a drying rack and just let them cool down for a good hour to 2 hours before I cut into these. You wanna let it cool. Don't cut into it right away. I don't know the science behind it. I just know that it's easier and better to cut into it if you let it cool down for a little bit. Okay, so the appetizer my husband is gonna be grilling for you guys is a buffalo chicken mozzarella ball. These are so delicious. This was a first time making them. He was excited to try something new and they turned out fantastic. So let's get started. He decided to grind the chicken ourselves at home. We did buy chicken breast from the store, but buying pre-ground chicken breast or chicken was $8 a pound. So like that's insane. So we bought just the big chicken breasts and then he is grinding these himself, which turned out to be really easy. Obviously you have to have a grinder. So if you don't have a grinder, probably need to just buy the ground chicken. He did say that you could cut it up and shred it up yourself, which would probably take a lot longer using a knife and stuff, but that is also an option if you don't want to buy the pre-ground chicken. So if you do have a grinder at home and you want to grind the meat yourself, he did put it through twice. And the second time he put it through, he added some seasoning to it before he put it through the grinder a second time. So just FYI, if you want to do that at home, that's what he did. And you can do that as well. Once all of the chicken is ground up, you are gonna add panko breadcrumbs. These are just plain breading panko crumbs, no seasoning because we're adding our own. And we'll add that into the meat as well as more seasoning. And he's using the Holy Voodoo seasoning mix by Meat Church, but you could use kind of whatever you want to make them into. He wanted more of a spicy chicken meatball, so that's why he went this route. And always remember, when you're working with raw chicken, once you're done using something, put it straight into the sink, clean all them separately, put them in the dishwasher, use antibacterial wipes. You just don't want to get chicken juice all over and then not have it be cleaned up. So just FYI. And he did want me to tell you about these gloves that he uses when he does chicken. Super easy, so then it's not all over your hands. You obviously still want to wash your hands afterwards, but he really likes using these gloves when working with raw meat. To make these mozzarella chicken balls, we are using cheese sticks. You could also use, if you have a block of cheese, just cut up like a chunk of cheese to put inside. So he used about 1/4 of a cheese stick in each of the ground chicken balls. And this is gonna make a nice cheesy center. Once you get all of them formed into balls with the cheese in the middle, you'll roll them in panko breadcrumbs. Well, actually, you're gonna want to sprinkle them with seasoning first. So sprinkle them in seasoning and then roll them in the panko breadcrumbs. You'll do this to all of your meatballs and then let them set out on the counter for 10 minutes to kind of sweat and get the seasonings really soaked into the meat, and then put it in the fridge and wait until you need to grill. So really easy. And it's time to put these on the grill. We are going to put them on there for 35 minutes. Just keep them on there until they're at 160 degrees for sure. So it might take a little more than 35 minutes, might be a little less depending on your grill. And we are only grilling these, we're not smoking them. So even though we have a smoker, we're just using it as a grill today. I ended up making some homemade ranch to go with these chicken meatballs because I thought it sounded like such a good thing, like a little spicy of the buffalo meatballs and then add some like cool, delicious ranch. So I made some homemade ranch to go with these. And my homemade ranch recipe is one that is on my blog, ourfamilycooks.com, and I will link it in the description below. It is my favorite. I've tested it multiple times, tried with more or less mayo, and this is just perfect creamy consistency. There we go. It is the perfect creamy consistency. Got it. So definitely check it out and make it at home yourself. Now that it's been a few hours, we are gonna cut into my bread and I can show you what the inside looks like. So first up, I'm gonna cut the garlic herb one. And oh my gosh, this smells amazing. And just look at how soft and like spongy it is. When you squeeze it, it like bounces back and it's got all the really good air holes. Oh, so good, perfect bread. And I gotta say, I have not made an artisan loaf bread in quite a while because the last few times I made it, it just came out really flat and it just wasn't as good. So I was getting kind of defeated by it and I went to the sandwich bread and was like, I'll come back to the artisan loaf later. So I'm really happy with this. This one especially got really tall and it looks really good. The outside is nice and crispy. So I'm super excited about this. I do think in the beginning my starter wasn't old enough or mature enough. So that's why I just wasn't getting a very good rise on it. So if you have a pretty new starter, like only 1 to 2 or even 3 months old, it may not work as well. This one that I'm using is over a year, 2 years old. It's definitely a more mature, active, bubbly starter. So just keep going. If yours doesn't come out perfect, it will eventually. But yeah, I'm super excited about it. And I gotta say, this homemade ranch is really good on this bread. Just the creaminess of the mayo and milk and sour cream and everything in there enhances the flavor of the bread. And also, since this is an herb bread and then there's, fresh dill and all these seasonings in the ranch, it really enhances all the flavors. It is so good. So I highly recommend making this bread with all these herbs and then trying some homemade ranch on top. All right, on to our cheddar artisan loaf. Let's get this one cut up and see how the inside looks. Ooh, it is cutting really nicely and the cheese looks nice and melted. It also smells delicious, just like the other one. I love the smell of fresh baked bread. So this one is definitely a winner too. Tastes delicious. This would be perfect alongside like a tomato soup or a chili or something like one of those soups. Really, really good. I can tell that the jalapenos would have just really enhanced the flavor. So next time I will for sure make this a jalapeno cheddar bread. But even with just the cheese, it is still absolutely delicious. All right, so our chicken meatballs are almost done. We are just gonna add some buffalo sauce on top first. So let's go do that. And this is the Frank's buffalo sauce that you can buy in pretty much any grocery store. These chicken meatballs are looking so good. They're getting a really good crust on the outside. I can just tell that they're gonna be amazing. And after we put the buffalo sauce on, we're gonna put them back on the grill for a few more minutes. They were at about 150 when we added the buffalo sauce. So we want them to be at 160 before we take them off. And that's 160 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the internal temperature of chicken that you want before you take them and eat them. All right, so our chicken meatballs should be done now. Let's go test them. Yes, it looks like they are 160 degrees Fahrenheit. Perfect. We can take these off the grill and we will cut into one and see what it looks like. So I know you guys can't hear it, but these have a perfect crunch on the outside when you cut into them. And then also when you bite into them, the crunch is perfect. It's like nice and crispy, but then also the meat is perfectly cooked and these are just fantastic. So I highly recommend making these. I will put a list of ingredients and everything in the description below, but they are so good. I am excited to make some homemade beef broth with you today. Every year, my husband and I buy half a cow. Sometimes we split it with family or sometimes we take all the meat ourselves. And this year we actually bought an entire cow and we split it with 3 other relatives. So we got about a fourth to a half of a cow, and with that comes a lot of soup bones. And so we were thinking yesterday, what can we do to empty some of the stuff out of our deep freeze? And we had a ton of soup bones. We even had some that were still in there from our last year's cow that we got. So we were like, okay, we need to make some beef broth and get some of these bones out of our freezer. That is what we are doing today. I love some of these big leg bones because it has that bone marrow in it, which is really good for you. So I'm super excited to make this with you guys. First up, we want to get all of our soup bones out of the packages and then lay them on a sheet pan, or if you have a roaster to throw in your oven, you can put them in that too. But we are going to put these in the oven for 30 to 45 minutes. I did it at 450 degrees, but you could definitely, I would probably recommend just doing 375 or 400 and then only for 30 to 45 minutes. Mine were in there for about 50 minutes. So they were a bit on the well done side, still worked out just fine, but just do a little less heat and a little less time. And the reason we put these in the oven before just throwing them in our stock pot is so then we can get that nice crust on the outside of the beef, and that just really gives you a lot of good flavor. So once we get these out of the oven, we are gonna put them in our big stock pot. And I absolutely love this stainless steel stock pot that I have. It is perfect for canning. And then you want to make sure you also get any drippings that are left over in your pan. So I am pouring all this juice and putting all this, the brown stuff on the bottom of my pan, because that's where a lot of the good flavor is. So you want to make sure and put all that in your stock pot with the rest of the soup bones. And then we are going to move this to the stove, and I'm going to start filling it with water. But then also we already chopped up some carrots, celery, onion, and garlic. And I'm actually going to put that back on our sheet pan and then put it in the oven. I put it in there for only around 10 minutes just to get them kind of crisp and a little bit cooked. And then we'll throw that in our stock pot with everything else. These are the aromatics of your beef broth. So we're also going to throw in black peppercorns. I did half a jar of black peppercorns, and then you want to add salt. And this is a lot of beef broth that we are having. I did not count the cups, but this is a huge stock pot. So I ended up using probably 3 to 4 tablespoons of salt. Once everything is in your stock pot, you're just gonna put the lid on, bring it to a boil, let it boil for 5 to 10 minutes, and then turn it way down to a simmer. And you're gonna let it simmer for 6 to 24 hours. If you're gonna do overnight, I'd recommend putting it in a crock pot, but if you're just doing around 10 to 12, which is what we did, then you can definitely leave it in the stock pot. And I'll show you here how we drained it. So just get a couple bowls, and instead of pouring, because I feel like that would make a huge mess, get either a 4-cup measuring cup or something that's quite substantial. Even a ladle is fine, but that's gonna take forever to do. So a nice big cup scoop to get everything out of the stock pot, and then you strain it so that way your onion peels and garlic peels and meat and everything aren't getting into your broth. So you're gonna wanna strain that, and then we let this sit in the fridge overnight because this is definitely a 2-day task. So we covered it and then let it sit in the fridge overnight. And a super exciting thing that I did not think I was gonna have, but my parents came over today. So my mom is helping me can the beef broth, and my dad is playing with our daughter. So keeping her distracted while we are in the hot kitchen. Don't want her to get burned. So that's super great. I'm so excited that they are here to help me because I grew up canning with my mom. We had a huge garden, and I know I've said this before, but we've canned tomato paste, spaghetti sauce, salsa, beets, just everything. We canned a lot growing up, and it's just something nostalgic, and I love that I am able to continue that on with my family and one day teach my daughter how to can. So that's super exciting. So when you are going to can something, and I am not a professional, this is just what I've learned over the years and what my mom does and what's always worked for us. So I know that there are many different ways to can something. You can use pressure cookers, you can do it on the stove like we're doing. So we clean our jars beforehand. Already did that. They are sitting out on a drying rack now, kind of drying. And then you want to make sure and get everything really hot. So we have a pan for the jars to get really hot. We have a saucepan for the lids to get really hot. And then you also want whatever you are canning to be boiling, because the heat is what helps the seals seal onto your jars, and then also keeps it from going bad and it not sealing correctly. Like, you want everything to be hot. So just tip, make sure everything's boiling and everything's really hot. So we're gonna use a mixture of pint. I have more pint jars than I have quart jars, so we'll see how many quart jars we end up using, but I do have a ton of pint jars. One awesome thing about mason jars is that they're obviously reusable. So we've probably had these for years and years. My mom will can, she brings some stuff over, and then we just clean it and keep it in our basement until next canning season. So these jars have gone back and forth between my parents, my sisters, us, and then one day I'll probably hand them down to my daughter. Just love these jars. They last forever. So that's awesome. Also, when you're canning, you want to make sure after you get everything in there and you've used your ladle and your funnel to get it in there, to have it be pretty full, because that also helps it seal. And then to clean the top of your jar off to make sure there's no like excess liquid or anything sticky on there, because then that could also affect it from not sealing correctly. So just want to clean that off before you put the lid on top. Other than that, canning is pretty straightforward. I know it can be super intimidating if you have never done it before, but thankfully beef broth is pretty easy. There's not a lot of steps that go into it. You just throw everything together, let it boil, and then simmer forever, strain it, and then we can it. So this was a super fun task. I'm so excited to have made a homemade broth for the second time in my life. Last year we did chicken broth, my husband and I, and then this year we're doing some beef broth, and we'll probably be doing more here in the future because we did not get through all of our soup bones. So probably be another batch of that coming, but this will be perfect. It'll last us 6 months, a year, maybe 2 years in these cans, and it'll be great once next fall and winter come around and we have soup seasons again. We ended up getting 14 pints of beef broth and 2 quart jars of beef broth. So it made a decent amount, and they all started popping and sealing right away. So that is always a good sign when you start hearing the pop, pop, pop after you're done canning. It's great. You know that they're sealing and you know you did it right. All right, now that all of our jars of beef broth have popped and they're nice and sealed, we are gonna go ahead and write on them and then also date them so we remember when and what year we canned this. Beef broth, February 25. And this is just something that is so fun for me to do, especially with my mom coming over, because growing up, we canned a lot growing up as well. Salsa, spaghetti sauce, beets, a bunch of different things. So it's just really fun to have my mom come over as a surprise and help me out with the canning. And it just goes so much faster too when you have 2 people doing it instead of just one. We are going to make homemade granola bars today and some homemade overnight oats that you can prep on the weekend and then eat for breakfast throughout the week. And they all have a good amount of protein in them. We are going to use honey for the sugar. So I'm really excited about these, and let's get started. Okay, so first up, we are going to make a granola bar that has lots of different nuts in it. It has mashed banana, it has rolled oats. So we are going to bake our nuts and our oats for 20 minutes first while we mix the other stuff up. So I'm gonna get some parchment paper out so we can line our baking sheet. And actually, we need to preheat our oven, so I'm gonna get that started. 350 degrees. I am so excited to try these and have something that we can make. I feel like this is just gonna save money in the long run making it at home ourselves anyways. instead of buying store-bought granola bars that are like $20 a box and then they taste bad. So, and it always just feels good to, you know, make your stuff homemade. And I'm using walnuts and pecans because that's what we have in our cupboard. You could also use almonds if you want. If you have almonds, you could use other nuts like pumpkin seeds. But these are the ones I have, so I'm just gonna go with what we have in the cupboard instead of buying something else. All right, our oven is fully preheated, so I'm gonna put these in. And I'm only setting a timer for 5 minutes because nuts can kind of vary on how long they take, same with the oats, so I don't want them to burn. So in 5 minutes, we will stir them around, put them back in, and then another 5 minutes and we'll see how they're doing and just gradually add more time if needed. All right, so while those are in the oven, we are going to add and mix together the rest of our ingredients. That way, once they're done, the nuts and oats, we can just add them right into the bowl, stir them up, lay them out, and then those will be done. We have, well, 2 cups rolled oats, which is in the oven, and then we need peanut butter, honey, raisins, and vanilla and cinnamon, and the banana. Whoa, that's a lot. And the links to both or all of these recipes that we will be using today are in the description below. So don't feel like you need to like scramble and write everything down while you're watching this, because you can go to the description and it will link you out to the recipes, walking you step by step and everything. It's on my blog too at ourfamilycooks.com. All right, so for the peanut butter, actually I'm gonna mash up our banana first because the peanut butter is gonna be super sticky. And so will the honey in our cup. So we want 1 banana, and it doesn't have to be like super brown, just soft enough, not green, to mash up nicely. And you could also use, if you don't like banana or you have someone allergic to banana, you could use dates. I am not a huge fan of dates. They're okay, but they're not my favorite. So we are using a banana, which the more ripe your banana is, the sweeter it will be. So if you do leave your banana to be super brown, then it'll be sweeter. That's why when people make banana bread or banana muffins, they always use super brown bananas. And the peanut butter I'm using, this is organic peanut butter from Costco. It's just nuts. It has dry roasted organic peanuts and then sea salt in it. So if you're really trying to make like a healthy granola bar or anything, really check the ingredients. Oh, our nuts are done. Check the ingredients on your peanut butter because sometimes they have like molasses and just a bunch of other stuff in them. And then it's not as healthy as if you just have nuts and salt. All right, let's check our nuts. So the nuts are looking good, but they definitely need more time. So I put them for an additional 8 minutes. All right, next up, we'll measure our honey. And I'm gonna spray this a little bit just so the honey comes out a little easier. Getting all the dishes dirty today. Oh well. Probably should have sprayed my spatula. And this is just regular raw honey that you can buy. We get it at Costco, but I like storing them in mason jars instead of in the plastic containers, just because when it gets hard and solidified like this one kind of has, I don't like putting the plastic in the microwave to heat it up, because really heating it up really helps get those crystals melted and the honey back together. So I like, if I'm gonna put it in the microwave, I'm gonna put it in a glass jar. Man, this honey is sticky. Okay, this is probably good enough. If I can scrape more out, I'll scrape it and just put it straight in the bowl. And I'll wash this now that it's empty, so might be getting a little peanut butter in it, but it's okay. We will wash it. Oh man. Next up, we need vanilla, about 1/2 teaspoon of vanilla. Should have done my cinnamon first, because now my thing is wet. Oh well, I'll just sprinkle the cinnamon in. It's 1/4 to 1/2 teaspoon, so I'm just gonna eyeball it. Good enough. Okay, so we got banana, we got peanut butter, we need raisins. Come on. Jeez Louise. That took enough time to get open. And 1/2 cup raisins. If you guys don't like raisins, you can do cranberries or dried blueberries. But we like raisins, so I like using them. And just about 1/8 teaspoon of salt. So I'm just gonna sprinkle this in. Okay, let's see if we can easily mix this together. If I need to get might just end up getting my mixers out. This looks and smells really good. The cinnamon mixed with the honey and the raisins smells so good. So this is what this looks like. Nice and sticky. And let's check on our nuts again. And I almost forgot, I'm gonna add protein powder to these as well. So I'm gonna get my protein powder real quick. Ta-da! Let's put this away. So peanut butter I'll need for the next one, so we'll just leave that out. Okay, so I'm gonna do 2 scoops of protein powder. And one thing about these too is if you make them and they end up being kind of flaky for you or they're too sticky. So if they're too sticky, you want to add a little more dry. So maybe a little more protein, a little more nuts or oats. If they're too dry and they're like flaky and crumbly, then you want to add some more honey or peanut butter. So just depends on, I know there's a recipe and sometimes you follow it to T and it's like, why did this person's not be crumbly but mine are? That just happens sometimes. So if that does happen, either add more liquids or add more dry ingredients to make it more of a nice granola bar texture. Turning our oven off because we don't need that for the rest of the day. And our nuts look good. One thing I probably should have done before throwing it on here was chop up the walnuts and pecan first. So now I have to do that afterwards, which is fine. It just probably would have been easier to do it before. So learn for next time. I'm gonna try and just dig out where the nuts are, put them on my cutting board, and everything else we'll put in the bowl. We'll let that pan just cool down before we put it away. And we'll put this stuff in the sink real quick. Okay, so I think for this, I am gonna get my handheld mixer out. Well, I mean, it's going pretty well, but I just really wanna make sure this gets incorporated. Okay. All right. All right, this is looking really good. And then we are gonna press it into a pan. So it's not all like stuck together right now, but we're gonna press it into a pan and then we'll put it in the freezer for 30 minutes just so it can set up and get hard or solid. So I think it's looking right now like it has a good mixture of the liquids to the dry ingredients. All right, so I am debating which pan I wanna put these in. Like there's a decent amount here, but I also like maybe this will just cover it and then there'll be like a nice thickness. Then I'm like, well, I don't want them to be too full. Ooh. Okay, we're just gonna go with this pan and we'll see how it turns out. If it's too much, then we'll transfer it to the other one. And I'm gonna use my parchment paper. All right, so this does look a little more dry than I want it to be now that I'm pouring this out into this pan. I feel like these are gonna be super crumbly, so let's put it back in the bowl. I'll add a little more peanut butter and honey, stir it up, and we'll see how that goes. I think it'll definitely make it look better. And yes, it did. These look so good. They're spreading, they're staying together. So I will update the measurements on my recipe from what I used before to add a little bit of extra peanut butter and honey, because yeah, now they're perfect. All right, now that those are in our freezer, I'm going to clean up a bit, and then we will get started on granola bar number 2. And this one does not involve any oven. They're no-bake granola bars. We'll just mix them all in a bowl and then throw them in a 9x9 pan. So these should be a lot quicker. Okay, on to our second no-bake granola bar. Like I said, this one's gonna be hopefully really nice and quick and easy because we're just gonna throw it all in one bowl and then put it in a pan. So we're gonna start with 2 cups of rolled oats again. This one is empty. So I do have another container. And our protein powder will be next. We're gonna do 3/4 cup. Okay, so depending on how big your scoop is, this is mine. It'd be 3.5 scoops. Okay, so yeah, this one definitely took a lot less time than the first one, which is always nice. Save time in the kitchen so you can do other things. Yeah, this is looking good. So this one makes a little less, and we're gonna use a 9x9 pan. That's a trick I learned from one of you guys with the parchment paper to get it to stay in the bowl better, to scrunch it up and then to put it in there. So appreciate all the comments you guys leave me with tips and tricks, because it's so nice to learn from each other. Woo! So this granola bar has a lot more, well, the other one we didn't put chia seeds in. This one we did, and chia seeds are just a great source of fiber. They don't really have any flavor, but they're just really good for you. So especially in the standard American diet, we do not get enough fiber, which is what keeps you regular. Whew, it's like an arm workout. Perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna throw these in the freezer as well, so they sit up. They don't need to be kept in the freezer. That would be so cold if you're like every day trying to grab a granola bar out of the freezer and then you chip your tooth. So you can keep them in the fridge or on the counter. They just will not last as long if you keep them on the counter. Yeah, I'm excited for these. They look nice. Well, they look delicious. They look nice, but they look delicious. So last but not least, we are going to put together some overnight oats that you can make for breakfast. These, I love making like 4 of them on a Sunday, having the milk and everything in it, and then they just sit in my fridge. And when I get up in the morning, I grab it. You can throw berries in it or some chopped nuts, depending on what kind you're doing. And then you have that for breakfast right away and you don't have to prep anything. They're so great if I know over the holidays, some of our family lives 3 hours away, so we would leave really early in the morning, usually stop somewhere to get breakfast. But this would be a great one. I've done that before, where you take it in the car, because I keep them in mason jars, and then you just need a spoon and you can eat it in the car on the go. Again, I'm gonna clean up my area a little bit and then we will make our overnight oats. Okay, let's make our overnight oats. So the first one we are gonna do is a vanilla berry overnight oat. Everything that I'm putting in it today does not include the berries. That I always like to do morning of, so I'll get berries out of either my fridge or my freezer and throw them on top and then mix them in. I found that if I put the berries in earlier than the day of, then they really get soggy and it makes the oats get even soggier than what I like them to be. So I just prefer to do it that morning. You want to use old-fashioned rolled oats for these, not quick oats, because the milk and it's sitting overnight is kind of like cooking the oats, so they won't be hard and tough when you go to eat them the next morning. The milk will have softened them and kind of cooked them in a way to where they're enjoyable to eat. Okay, so starting with a cup of oats, and I like to line all of my jars up and just do it all at once. So I'm gonna do 2 of the vanilla and then I'm gonna do 2 banana bread ones because we have bananas, so why not? And each one of them is gonna have a cup of oats in it. And just like the granola bars, the links to these recipes for the overnight oats will be in the description as well. All right, and then each one of them, even the banana ones, I am going to put 1 scoop of protein powder in. So we'll do that next. I usually use a funnel for this. I don't know why I forgot to do it, but got it out now. Okay, so for the vanilla one specifically, we are putting chia seeds in. And I'm gonna do about a tablespoon of chia seeds. And like I said earlier, these don't really have a flavor and they don't stay really hard. Once you put the milk in and stuff, they get softer. So you don't really notice them when you're eating them. They don't have a taste. Yeah, I don't mind them. And then sometimes I put flaxseed in, but this is nice and sealed. I used my sealer to keep this on, so I'm just not gonna worry about flaxseed right now. I bought this when I was nursing our daughter because flaxseed is apparently supposed to be really good for your milk production. So if I was currently breastfeeding, I would definitely add some flaxseed into these. Okay, and then we want some peanut butter powder. And I'm gonna do a teaspoon each. I kind of do a heavy teaspoon of that. And if you don't have peanut butter powder, you can do just a teaspoon of regular peanut butter. The powder just mixes really well. And we don't need the peanut butter powder for the banana one, so I'm gonna put this away. And then I do like to add just a teaspoon of honey in these for a little bit of sweetness. And then I'm not making a chocolate one right now, but I do have a chocolate brownie recipe for overnight oats on my blog, and it is really good. You use chocolate protein powder instead of vanilla, obviously. You add a little bit of cocoa powder and you add a little bit of chocolate chips. Just the mini ones, you know, not a ton, just a few, but it's really good. All right, so lastly, we want 3/4 cup milk, and I've done this before with almond milk and it tastes really good. So if you want to do something that's not dairy, that is perfectly fine. All right, so in the banana bread overnight oats, we need half a mashed banana, cinnamon, vanilla, and chia seeds. So another really great tip is if you are pregnant and planning some meals for postpartum, the first couple weeks or the first month when baby is here, overnight oats are a really good one to prep. Last time I was pregnant, I prepped overnight oats and I did it in a large gallon Ziploc bag. So I just put all the powders in there, the dry stuff. But this time, which surprise, I am pregnant. Wasn't sure when I was gonna announce on here, but I figured why not do it now since I am talking about postpartum. So yeah, this time I am planning to prep them in the jars. So I'm just gonna put the dry ingredients in the jars. I'm only at 16 weeks, so I still have a ways to go, but I'm thinking ahead because it's gonna be here before you know it, time flies. And I'm definitely just gonna put all the dry ingredients in the separate jars, put the lids on them, and then keep them in my pantry and do it at night. So grab one out, add milk to it, and then in the next morning I can just eat it right away. So yeah, tip if you are pregnant or planning to be pregnant soon, these are great meals to prep beforehand. And also exciting news, in end of April, beginning of May, I am going to be launching a workshop. So it's, oh geez, having a bit of a mess here. My milk is going everywhere. All right, I'll clean this up. But anyways, so I am putting a workshop together that will be available to all of you. It's gonna have tips on meal prepping and planning for postpartum. It's gonna have recipes, probably like 30 different recipes, different snacks, breakfast, dinners, because especially if you have more than one kid, now we are gonna have two, this is gonna be our second. I also have to think about not only feeding myself, husband, kid, but also just everything. So prepping dinner menu items is a really good idea. So then at night, when you're getting to the witching hour, you don't have to think about, what you're gonna make. So yeah, there will be a lot of recipes. There will be grocery lists of everything, checklist. There will be a couple exclusive videos that will only be available. It won't be available on the broad YouTube. It'll only be available to you guys if you purchase. So yeah, I am super excited to launch that. I will have more information and more details coming soon. I'm also gonna do a 7 to 8 part series of helping me prep for postpartum. So there will be a whole series and playlist on my YouTube. So make sure if you know someone who is pregnant and would love to have some ideas, tell them about this. That is coming up in April. I'm gonna start posting those videos. So make sure to subscribe so you can get notified once those are posted. So I am super excited about it. We're super excited about baby number 2. And yeah, let's finish up these overnight oats. All right, so I got our mess with the milk cleaned up, and then I also did our second one, and I just did it slower this time instead of pouring it all in at once, because you gotta let it soak to the bottom and soak in. So anywho's, so these, the vanilla ones, I like to add the berries on top. The banana ones, I like to chop up some pecans and then the morning of throw them on top, and then you have a nice little crunch in there that just tastes really good. So I would recommend adding, if you don't have pecans, you could do almonds or walnuts. Pecans just taste really good. Okay, so these are done. And my husband will probably end up eating one of these in the morning too. So this will last us Monday and Tuesday for breakfast. If I wanted to go all week, I would make more, obviously. But I'm okay with just this, because then you don't want to get tired of it and then be sick of it and not want any more. And I have got questions before on how I eat those. I personally like to eat them just straight out of the fridge so they're cold. But you could pop them in the microwave. One great thing about using mason jars is that they're glass, so you can put that in the microwave. It's not gonna break down like plastic and leach into your food. So I like them cold. Experiment, whatever you like. Heat them up in the microwave, see if you like that better. But yeah, whatever way you want to do it is perfectly fine. Okay, I'm gonna clean our countertop off, and then we are gonna try our granola bars. They've both been in the freezer for probably at least 30 minutes by now. So they should be nice and set. And I'm excited to try these because it's also close to lunchtime and I'm getting hungry. Okay, first up we will try the ones where we roasted the nuts and the oats. All right, so it's holding together really well. That's very good. It has the slightest taste of that banana, but I like it. It's not super overpowering. It's just good. It's like, you just get the hint of it and you're like, oh, I think there's banana in there. It's not like, pow, in your face, banana. So I really like it. Yes. We will try our no-bake granola bars. And these ones have the mini chocolate chips and the chia seeds holding together nicely. Wow, yes. These are both winners. They are fantastic. This one did not have the banana, so obviously I'm not tasting that in there, but I'm getting the oats, the chocolate chips, the raisins, the peanut butter, of course, and the sweetness of that honey. Oh, so good. I am so happy with these. These are gonna be some of my new breakfast snacks. I mean, it's so easy to make these. And the ones you buy in the store, it's like, how do they mess those up so bad that they taste gross? I don't know. But these are so good. All right, so for both of these recipes, I do need half of an onion. So I'm gonna go ahead and dice up this entire onion and then split it in two, so that way it's ready to go to throw in with our hamburger. Bring over my cutting board. And then for both of our casserole dishes, we need pasta. So I'm gonna go ahead and also get my water started to boil. So killing two birds with one stone, having two things going. And then whenever I cook noodles, I always like to add a little bit of oil to the water and salt. The salt thing was something that I learned on the Food Network. All the chefs on there always salt their water before cooking it, so I just do it too. And then the oil thing, I think I learned from like home ec class in high school. I think our teacher said to do that so the noodles don't stick together. I have no idea if that actually works. Sometimes I forget to put the oil and they don't stick together, so I don't know. See if I can do this. Oh yeah. Usually my husband's the one who sharpens all the knives. But that's also a tip I heard, I can't remember who from, but if you have a really sharp knife, you're less likely to cry from your onion. So fingers crossed it works, because I always end up crying while I'm cutting onions. Anyone else ever always think of Shrek when you cut an onion too? The whole like, ogres are like onions. Onions have layers, ogres have layers. That's what I always think of. I love that movie. Okay, y'all, I think I can feel it coming. No, it'll be fine. I can get through this. Ah, that's a strong onion. Woo! Okay. Got 1/2 done. I'll have to give myself a second. Okay, so our water is clearly boiling already. So I'm gonna throw our noodles in. And this is something else I learned. I don't know, again, I don't know where, but if you put a wooden spoon on top of your boiling water, it won't bubble over. And it's worked for me every time. Now, hopefully I didn't jinx it, now it's gonna bubble over. But usually, like I've had it before where the water will just come up and touch the wooden spoon and then it like goes back down. So I don't know the science, but it works for me, so I think it's pretty cool. One thing too about these noodles is since we are going to put them in the oven later, so we're going to bake them, I'm only boiling them for 9 minutes instead of the recommended 12. So that way when we bake them, they then cook the rest of the way and get to the perfect al dente. So you don't want your noodles to be too mushy. While our noodles boil, I'm going to go ahead and get our hamburger browned. So I'm going to do a pound of hamburger and then add in our onions while we're cooking the hamburger so then they get sauteed. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it'd probably be better to just cook both pounds of hamburger at once in the same pan, just to save time and dishes. So I'm actually gonna do both pounds of hamburgers for the 2 separate casseroles and all of the onion in here at once. And then they also will need minced garlic once we get towards the end of the cooking process. I'm gonna throw all of that in there as well. So then our meat will just be ready and I can separate it into 2 once we get everything else done. So you want to put cold water on your noodles to help them to stop cooking. And we're going to mince about 5 to 6 garlic cloves. So when cooking garlic, you only want it to cook about 30 seconds to a minute until it becomes really fragrant where you can really smell the garlic. That's when it is perfect, because otherwise garlic can brown and get burnt really easily. So you don't want it to do that. All right, mine's smelling really good, so I'm gonna stir it in. I'm gonna turn my burner off as well because our meat's browned and our garlic is cooked, so we don't really need that on anymore. Okay, so both recipes call for basil, parsley, and oregano. So again, I'm just gonna add that straight into our meat. And it looks like I'm running out of parsley, so I'm gonna have to get some more of that. And I have homegrown oregano. I don't have any bought in from the store, but I'll probably need to buy some soon because our homegrown is almost gone. And I like a lot of seasonings, so I'm just gonna, it's probably gonna be about a tablespoon of each, since we have 2 pounds of hamburger in here. So again, I have basil, thyme, oregano, and parsley. Now this is smelling really good. Got all those seasonings mixed in there. Oh, it smells amazing. Okay, I think we are done with the meat. Okay, so I am also gonna bring everything over here because we need to shred up a bunch of cheese. And I'm gonna mix it all in my nice big stock pot. And for our second recipe, we're doing macaroni noodles. We only need 8 ounces this time. So I'm gonna boil that water in here and we'll get those noodles started while we finish up our first pasta dish. Okay, so I thought I had more macaroni noodles downstairs, but turns out the only thing I have is penne, so we are gonna use more penne for this one. And that's totally fine, using different noodles, in my opinion at least. I'm sure some people would be like, no, you have to use macaroni, but for me, they taste the same, and my family, it's just for my family, so they're not gonna complain because it's still gonna taste the same. So we're using penne. Okay, so I need 2 cups of cheese. So I'm gonna get my shredder out and we're gonna shred some cheese. I recently went through my pantry and like downsized on a bunch of the extra sheet pans I had, just to make it not so cluttery. Like I had like 6 sheet pans. I'm like, I don't need all those. And just some other stuff, some other baking things that like I never use. Or I had 2 bundt pans, which I rarely make bundt cakes, even though I love bundt cakes. So I recently downsized, and now I was wanting to use my smaller one, but I'm using it for something else. So, oh well, this one will still work just fine. And I would rather have less clutter in my pantry than way too much stuff that I only use every once in a while. Our noodles are boiling. Let's pause this and get those in. Okay, again, I only need half a box, so we'll figure out something to do with the other half of that box. Okay, our noodles are done, so let's get them drained. And I'm just gonna let those sit in the sink just for probably like a few minutes while we finish up the first casserole. I wanna get all those ingredients together, pour it in the pan, and then we'll mix up the second casserole, which the second one is a goulash, a tomato-based goulash. So good and so easy. And then the first one is a cheesy hamburger casserole. So it's not a very fancy name, but it's gonna taste good. So since we are going to be putting these in a 9x13 baking dish and then baking them later, we don't have to heat it on the stove and have everything mix and melt together. So I'm gonna throw everything in here, stir it really well, and then we'll pour it in our 9x13 baking dish. And we do need 1 can cream of mushroom soup, plus some other things, but just FYI. And then 2 of the cups of this cheese is gonna go in here, and the others will go in the other dish. And then half of our hamburger mixture, of course. And this recipe also includes cottage cheese, so that's exciting. And if you or someone in your family is not a fan of cottage cheese, you can use sour cream or Greek yogurt. So both are nice and creamy dairy products that you could use instead. I will say that the cottage cheese, when you make it in stuff, you can't taste it. I know some people don't like it because of the texture or like the sourness, which I don't really think it's that sour, but some people do. And when you bake it and put it in stuff, you really can't taste it. It just tastes like normal, like you either used milk or a different dairy. So just if you want to try it and see what you guys think. And then we do need a half cup of milk as well. So lastly, we just need some salt and pepper and a little Worcestershire sauce. I have no idea how to accurately pronounce that word, so it just is what it is. Well, sad news. We always have Worcestershire sauce in our fridge, and it's not there, so we must have used it all, and I just didn't realize that, so need to add that to our grocery list. It'll still taste fine without it, but I would prefer to have it. Oh well, it will be fine. Okay, and then just some salt and pepper. I'm really excited about having these for dinner throughout the week. I feel like I always want to be better at meal prepping, and that's like one of my goals, is to really get good at meal prepping so I don't have to really think about food throughout the week. I just already have everything prepped. But it has not been my strong suit in the past, so I am, working on it. That's how we improve. We try to, set goals and then meet those goals. So my goal is to try and meal prep more and think ahead, so then during the week I'm not so stressed about what we're gonna cook, because that is never fun. I'm gonna clean some of this up really quick, and then we'll get our baking dish out and pour this into the pan. And carefully pour it in. Ooh, this is heavy. And then just push it around so it's all in all the corners. Okay, nice. This will be perfect. Okay, and then I'm gonna cover this with saran wrap and put it in our fridge. And if I was putting this in the freezer, I would put saran wrap and then tin foil over top. Since we're gonna eat it this week, I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna store it in the fridge for 1 or 2 days, and then we will eat it. And I'm gonna go ahead and clean our countertops, clean some dishes, because my dishes are starting to pile up. And then we will finish the goulash. Kind of drives me nuts sometimes when I'm trying to like set stuff down on the counter and there's like, oh, a little glob of cheese or a little glob of this or something. And I'm just like, I gotta clean this up. I cannot be cooking in such a dirty area. All right, finishing up with our last dish. So we've got our noodles, the rest of our meat. Got a can of diced tomatoes and then also a can of tomato sauce. This morning when I got up, I had a notification from the National Weather Service about extreme frigid temperatures. So that's gonna be fun this week. It's supposed to be around -20, -35 wind chill factor. So I'm hoping this is our last hurrah of cold weather before the spring comes, because we're only 2 weeks away from March. So I'm really excited to get some more, or get some just nice days in general. We last week got about 6 to 8 inches of snow, I think it was. And it ended up being, yeah, I'm ready for spring, that's for sure. I don't know why, but that always seems to work. Just taking like the edge of a knife and pounding, whether it's a jar of pickles, whatever jar, that always seems to work for me. All right, we got diced tomatoes, tomato sauce, beef broth, and then since I don't have Worcestershire sauce, I Googled kind of like what can I use as like a substitute, and it said soy sauce or hoisin sauce, so I'm just gonna throw both of them in here. Small amount of soy sauce because that can be intense. I would recommend Worcestershire sauce. Again, I am butchering that. I don't know how to properly say it, I'm sorry. But since I didn't have it, I'm gonna go ahead and try and see if either of these that Google recommended work. Okay, then we need salt and pepper, add our cheese, and this one will be done. And I forgot to mention this with the other one, but I am planning to shred just some Parmesan cheese lightly over the top of both of the bakes before I put them in the oven, just to give it like a nice little cheesy crust on the top. So and the full recipes for both of these will be linked in the description below. So if you want to make these at home, whether you meal prep them or not, you can make these obviously same night. And then the goulash, if I was making it same night, I probably wouldn't put it in a baking dish. I would just heat it on the stove, stir it, and then serve it. But the other one definitely would be best. And then as a side, I always like to have some sort of veggie. So steamed vegetables. You could also, you know, like to one of these recipes, if your family likes it, add some peas or a bell pepper, just to add a little veggies within the casserole. And then also, of course, garlic bread would be good with both of these. Ooh, okay. So there is our goulash one. And I can't remember if I said this before, so I'm planning to bake these at 350 for 20 to 25 minutes until it's nice and bubbly around the edges. The cheese on top is like crispy. So that is what I would recommend doing as well. I was about to put saran wrap on that, but this one has a nice lid that comes with it, so I'm gonna use this. First up, we wanna get our water boiling for our noodles. Since water tends to take about 10 to 15 minutes to start boiling, I like to get that going right away just so we can make sure that our meat and everything is done at the same time and we're not spending extra long time in the kitchen. I really enjoy finding ways to save money in our budget when I'm cooking. So I just feel like it helps me feel better about like all the hours you spend in the kitchen. It's like you're saving so much money on cooking home, fresh meals, especially you know what the ingredients are. And it's just something fun that I enjoy doing. And who doesn't love saving a little bit in their budget when cooking? So we are gonna brown up our meat. And then we'll be adding diced onion and bell pepper once this gets cooking a little bit more. And again, hopefully you don't hear it, but my husband is doing some construction in our basement right now. So if you hear a saw and some nail guns, that's what it is. So don't bother worrying about that. It is all good. He is just doing some renovations. What are some of the ways you love saving with your budget? Are you a couponer? Do you clip a bunch of coupons and make sure you get stuff that's on sale? Or do you buy in bulk so then you have more? I am curious what all of your guys' tips are for saving. Go ahead and throw them in the comments. I know I love buying if I'm shopping at like Walmart or Target. I like buying the name brand, or not name brand, the off brand. Walmart has great value. Target, I can't remember what theirs is called, but the Target brand, those are always cheaper and it's like the same exact items. They're just off brand. Or like if you go to Costco, buying the Kirkland brand of stuff instead of the other brands. Those are some of my favorite ways to save. Looks like our water is boiling, so we'll get our noodles started. Another way to save in your budget is instead of buying fresh onion, which I love buying fresh onion, but if you're looking for ways to save a little bit, you could go and get onion powder from the store, and that will be a little bit cheaper than buying fresh onions. Okay, now we're gonna saute these together, and then once they are nice and cooked and the onions are translucent, we will add some garlic. Okay, so now that our meat is all cooked and the veggies are nice and translucent and soft, we are going to add our garlic. I did press some fresh garlic. A way to make this even more budget friendly is to, again, like the onion powder, get garlic powder or minced garlic, dried minced garlic, and that will save you a couple dollars too. I really do. Just for years and years I used dried minced garlic, and it tastes just fine. But I do love the flavor of minced garlic, freshly minced. And the smell of it, it just smells up your kitchen and it smells so good. So with garlic, you don't want to cook it too long. I created like a hole in the middle, added a little olive oil, and then you just want it to sit there and cook for 30 seconds to a minute. You'll really be able to smell it. It'll be super fragrant. And then you know, okay, it's starting to get cooked, and we can stir it into the rest, because garlic can burn really easily. So we do not want to burn our garlic. And it's starting to get really fragrant. I can really smell it. Oh, it smells so good. I love garlic. And I like adding lots of garlic. So right there, I think I did 4 cloves. But if you and your family are not as big of fans of garlic, you definitely don't have to add as much as I do. But we just love the taste of garlic here, so we like adding a lot. And then same with the dried minced garlic, you could do just a teaspoon, or you could go up to a tablespoon if you want extra garlic flavor. So just kind of see what you guys like and what you prefer. And then I am gonna add, I don't have the Italian seasoning dressing, but it includes basil, oregano, thyme, rosemary. So I do have those, and I'm gonna just throw those in. All right, and these, I always say the more the better. If you have bought an Italian seasoning from the store, I would do 2 to 3 tablespoons. Since I'm doing it individually, I'm gonna probably do a couple teaspoons of each seasoning to add up to 2 to 3 tablespoons. So this is our basil. Then we have thyme, rosemary. And I feel personally like rosemary can be kind of overpowering if you use too much. I recommend adding less rosemary compared to everything else. And then oregano. This is some oregano that we dried ourselves. We grew it in a little water garden, one of those Arrow, I can't remember the name of it, but it's where you can grow plants in water. And it works really well for seasonings. And this is oregano. If I didn't already say, I can't remember. And we stir it in. Yum. And just since the island gives us more space, I'm gonna bring everything over here and we will put it all together on our island. Okay, now that I got some stuff put away, cleared out, we are going to put it all in our stock pot. So we'll put the noodles, meat, everything in here, stir it up. And this was about 16 ounces of dry pasta. So before I poured it in here, when it was still dry, it was measuring it around 16 ounces. Then we'll add all of our meat. And this is also a really good recipe if you are meal prepping on the weekend. So I am gonna have this, we're gonna cook the whole thing, we're gonna eat it tonight for dinner. But if you are meal prepping on like a Sunday or whatever day you like to meal prep, you could definitely make this, put it in a 9x13 dish, and then throw it in your fridge, wait a couple days, and then put it in the oven after you get home from work. That'd be a great option as well to save you time throughout the week. And since this is a spaghetti casserole, I have my spaghetti sauce and a can of diced tomatoes that we were gonna throw in here. All right, for our tomato base, we want 1 can of diced tomatoes. And if you have fresh tomatoes and you wanna chop up some tomatoes and throw them in there, that would work too. It is not currently summertime yet, so I don't have any fresh tomatoes, but I am getting excited for that time to be here. It is feeling better. The sun has been out for a good like 3-4 days straight, which just gives me all the energy and just makes me so happy. So I am very thankful that spring is here. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we don't get any more snow and we are done with that for the year. But I am really looking forward to spring and summer. So for the spaghetti sauce, if you have watched a lot of my videos, you know that we can our own spaghetti sauce. So obviously, that's not a requirement. You can definitely use store-bought spaghetti sauce. We just enjoy gardening and canning, so we always do that. And I'm putting 2 jars of our spaghetti sauce in here, so 2 pints worth. All right, we will clean up our countertop and then we just need a 9x13 baking dish and some cheese to put over top of it. So I am curious how many of you garden and can. Do you have a large garden, a small garden, just a couple pots on your patio? Let me know in the comments. I have thought about, once the weather obviously gets nicer and we're growing some stuff, doing a little bit of like farm to table, show off the garden type situation, but wasn't sure if people would be super interested in that. So comment below if that's something you would enjoy watching. And if you are very new to your cooking journey, I'm excited for you to be here and to learn a few new things. And I will say, when I was just starting out in my apartment, the most I did for gardening was I had a couple big pots on my patio and I grew some grape tomatoes. And then I also grew some pepper plants because I love bell peppers. And honestly, I feel like bell peppers are one of the hardest things to grow. They are so finicky with water. Like if you water them too much, then they start to get that rot underneath and they don't grow very well. So I am still learning how to perfect the art of gardening and growing bell peppers. So that is it for this portion, but we are gonna shred up a lot of cheddar cheese to put over top, because what is a spaghetti bake without cheese on the top? You gotta have cheese. So we're gonna do that next. And real quickly before I forget, I'm gonna start our oven, preheat that, so then after we got our cheese on top, we can throw it in the oven. All right, so we are gonna do a mixture of cheddars. I have a white sharp cheddar and then an orange or yellow regular cheddar. And I also have Parmesan that we will also put on top. Like I said, you cannot have too much cheese in a spaghetti bake like this, at least. You could buy pre-shredded cheese at the store, but I do prefer the flavor of the cheese that I shred myself, just because the pre-shredded stuff has a anti-caking agent on it, and so it kind of prevents it from really melting like block cheese does. So I definitely prefer to just buy the block cheese and then shred it myself. And then I'm gonna sprinkle a little bit of parsley over the top for a pretty green color and flavor. It adds flavor. Yum. And I just set our timer for 25 minutes. Once our hamburger is getting nice and brown, we're gonna add in our onions to the same pan and the bell pepper we just cut up. And we'll saute those until the onions are translucent and the bell peppers are cooked. Hi friends, today we are going to be making a one-pot budget-friendly dinner recipe, and it's only $1.75 for 8 servings or $2.30 for 6 servings. So either way, a great savings to your budget. So we've already got our hamburger and our onions and peppers going. We are going to add 2 cups of beef broth. I'm gonna get that measured. And this is beef broth that we actually canned a couple months ago. Perfect. So this was perfect at 2 cups exactly. We'll pour that in. And then since this is a one pan dinner, we are going to pour our noodles in here, and we'll put it up to a boil, and they'll boil in the beef broth and they'll cook, and then we'll add the rest of our ingredients. And we want all the noodles to be covered, so I might add a little bit more beef broth just to make sure they get nice and covered. Okay, now that we have all of our noodles covered, I'm gonna turn this up so it starts boiling, and we will just wait for the noodles to cook. Okay, honesty time. This is a safe space, so I'm gonna tell you guys what I think. I thought it'd be really cool to have one pot dinner where you don't have to have multiple dishes, but honestly, I think it would be easier to just boil the noodles separately versus in one pot, or do it all in a stock pot. I was thinking there'd be enough like depth. The noodles cooked fine. I think it'd go a lot smoother and easier if you did it in 2 separate dishes. So I will change the name of this from one pot, and I'll just take that part out of it because I think it would be easier just to do it separate and then add the ingredients later. So the lessons learned. And if you have a large stock pot, which I do, I just thought it would be nicer for you guys to be able to see in the pot versus my really tall crock pot or stock pot. So if you have a stock pot, that'd probably work just fine too. But it was just kind of a pain trying to keep the noodles underneath the beef broth the whole time. Anyways, we are almost done with this recipe. It's super fast and it's budget friendly, like I mentioned before. So this is a ranch beef casserole. So we have our packet of ranch seasoning. We're gonna sprinkle that over the top. We need a cup of milk. And I will add this back to the stove in a little bit, but I just figured it'd be easier to mix everything in here on the island versus over on the stove where I kind of feel crowded and I don't have much room to move. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and stir this. And we will add our shredded cheddar cheese. It's about 2 cups, maybe a little bit more. And And we're gonna add this back to the stove so our cheese can melt and our milk can get mixed in. And this is just gonna be on low. We are not boiling this. So just low temp, and then I'm gonna add some salt and pepper. Stir that all together. And then our dinner is done. We just need the cheese to melt and everything to get nice and mixed together. Nice and quick and easy that you could definitely throw together on a weeknight, even during busy practice seasons and all the stuff. So great dinner option for you throughout the week. All right, I'm gonna let that sit, get nice and warm, the cheese to melt, and then we'll stir it again. We are going to be making sourdough discard chocolate chip muffins. Oh yes, they are as delicious as they sound. And these are a fantastic budget-friendly muffin to make for your kids and yourself. So I know a lot of people like to buy the store-bought mini muffins, but honestly, these are a better bang for your buck. You know what ingredients are going in them, and they just taste so good and they're easy to whip up. So I highly recommend trying this recipe. It's super easy and it'll save a little bit of space in your budget. First, we're gonna mix all of our dry ingredients. So we have 2 cups of all-purpose flour. I am weighing these in grams. The flour is around 240 grams. And then we have baking powder, baking soda, salt, and 1.5 cups of mini chocolate chips, or 355 grams. So I will also link the recipe to this entire list of ingredients in the description below. So make sure to check that out and try these at home yourself. And as I mentioned before, these are a budget-friendly recipe that you can easily make at home. When I estimated the total cost, it's around $6.61 for the groceries when you break it down on how much you are using. And that equates to about 35 cents per muffin if you do the regular size muffins and you get 20. When I made this recipe, I got 20 muffins, and calculating that out, it's around 35 cents per muffin, which is a fantastic deal. And to give a little bit more idea as to how amazing and budget saver this is, if you were to go to a local bakery or a coffee shop chain and buy a muffin there, it would be for a single muffin, which I know they are a little bigger than what these muffins are, so we'll say 2 muffins. You get 1 single muffin, $4.50 or maybe $5. And this, for 2 muffins, it's about $1. Not even, it's like 65 cents. So this is a huge cost savings, especially if you like to go and buy coffee at a local coffee shop in the morning. This will save you so much money by not buying those extra treats as well. For the wet ingredients, we need 1/2 cup of granulated sugar, 1/2 cup of melted butter, vanilla extract, our sourdough starter, of course, and that is what inspired me and got me wanting to make these, because as you can see on the side of my sourdough starter, well, this is the container that I keep all of my discard in, it kind of exploded in my fridge. So I put my sourdough starter in this container thinking like, oh yeah, it's, you know, it's not really that active anymore. I'm just gonna store it in the fridge and I'll use discard later. Well, the next day I came this morning to open my fridge and it had popped the top, came down the side. There's a big glob of it sitting in my fridge that I need to clean up. So that's what got me to be like, oh, I need to make some sourdough today. Anyways, just a little funny story. But so you also need sour cream, milk, and this can be, if you want whole milk, 2%, whatever kind of milk you like, and then also 2 eggs. After we add our 2 eggs, we are going to mix, and I have a really nice KitchenAid mixer, which honestly I'm pretty sure it was my mom's, and she gave it to me when she got a new one. So this thing has been in existence and sturdy and used for many, many years, but I absolutely love it. It's just so handy to use. I will link in the description to a KitchenAid mixer that looks just like this one that you guys can get, because I highly recommend you have some sort of handheld mixer so you don't have to sit and stir or whisk everything up by hand. It's so much easier to have a handheld mixer. And we are using paper cup liners to line our muffin tins. You definitely could just spray it with some cooking spray, but I do prefer to have the liners because they clean up easier and I don't have to worry about my muffins sticking to the pan. Also, pro tip, make sure when your muffins eventually come out of the oven, I know everyone wants to just jump right in and start eating the muffins, which you can do and that is fine, but it will cause the bottom of your muffin to stick to the muffin cup liner. It's best if you let it cool and sit for 30 minutes to an hour before eating them, just so that it doesn't stick to the liner and the liner is easier to remove. That is personal preference. If you really don't care and you're okay scraping some muffin off the liner and eating it, go for it, no worries. Now that we have all of our muffin tins full and ready to go in the oven, I am gonna put the muffins in my already preheated oven at 425 degrees for 5 minutes. Once it reaches the 5 minutes, we'll reduce the oven to 350 degrees and bake for an additional 15 to 20 minutes. You'll want to insert a toothpick to verify that it's all done. The center should come out clean or with a few moist crumbs. And mine, I set it for 15 minutes and I did have to do the additional 2 to 3 minutes to get to a total of 18. Just check yours, see what they look like, and kind of go from there. These muffins look perfect. And like I said before, when you remove the muffins from the oven, allow them to cool completely before removing them from your muffin liners. Since these are in liners, you can remove them from the muffin tin and put them on a cooling rack like I'm doing. But if you did not have them in paper cup liners, leave them in the muffin tins until they're cool, which will make it easier to remove them. So I hope you guys try out this recipe at home. It is so delicious and definitely something that I make quite often in our house. Make sure to also like and subscribe, comment your thoughts, and I will see you again next time. Thanks, y'all. First up, we're gonna get our water boiling for our noodles. That way, while we wait for our water to boil, we will get everything else mixed together. The first couple things we're gonna pour into our bowl is 1 whole bell pepper. You can use whatever color you like. Typically I use green, but since I already had a couple orange and some red in there, I just went ahead and chopped up an entire orange bell pepper, and that'll work just fine. And work with what you've got. If you've already got a couple colors, don't feel like I have to get a green bell pepper because this recipe says green bell pepper. No, it's fine. You can use a different color of bell pepper. Okay, and then we need diced onion, so about half a diced onion. And you know your friends and family, if they are a little pickier and they don't love raw onions or onions at all, you can leave this part out. That's totally fine. I like the flavor of the red onion. I feel like it adds a little bit of a sweetness that feels weird, or maybe it like balances out the sweetness of all the sugar and stuff that's in there. I really like it, so I add it. Next up, we are going to measure our dressing. So we need mayo, vinegar, and sugar. And I think we actually just used up the rest of our vinegar, so I'm gonna run to my basement where we have a little bit more. All right, so I've got our vinegar. Yes, this is a massive jug. Thank you, Costco. But it'll be fine, it'll do the trick. It's got what we need in it. Okay, and it looks like our water is boiling, so let's go ahead and get those noodles in. Ah! No! Oh, goodness. Note to self, use scissors next time. All right, I got the noodles off the floor, thrown those away, and I used Rotini, or I looked up, I think the technical Italian term is fusilli. Fusilli, F-U-S-I-L-L-I. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. I did look up, how do you pronounce this? That's what it said. So either Rotini noodles or fusilli noodles. Feel free, if you're Italian, to correct me in the comments below. Okay, so let's measure our dressing. So you need 1 cup of vinegar, 2 cups of mayo, and I prefer to use the avocado mayo versus one made with seed oils, but it's up to you on whatever kind of mayo you would like to use. All right, and then we do need an entire cup of sugar. And I absolutely love these glass containers that I got for Christmas that hold my sugar and flour. They're so nice. The lids are really great too because it has this like seal on it. So I will link these below in the description if you are looking for some new storage containers because these are awesome. And then like I said earlier, this is not a healthy version of salad. I'm pretty sure it's one of my favorites because of all the sugar that's in it. So we're adding 1 can of sweetened condensed milk. And make sure to check your can's expiration date. I know sometimes I can have stuff sit in my pantry for way longer than I think it has been in there. So just verify you want it to have a nice white color. It shouldn't look brown. If it's brown or off colored, then it's probably, you need to throw it away and get a new one. All right, and then I'm going to attempt to whisk up our vinegar, mayo, sugar concoction, and then we'll pour it over top. And if you are looking for some other salads, summer barbecue salads or sides, you can take this upcoming season. Make sure to check out my other videos. I did a really good one on the broccoli bacon salad. I'll link that here if you guys want to check that out as well. Okay, and then we'll just mix this together. And once the noodles are all done and they've kind of cooled, we'll add it in here. And we also are going to shred some carrots and throw the carrots in here. Our timer went off for our noodles, so we're gonna go ahead and drain these. All right, I'm gonna let those cool just like 5 minutes or so before I add it in here, and then we'll shred our carrots, stir it up, and it'll be done. One thing I love about these pasta salads and the fresh salads that we have throughout the summer is they're so easy to make. Like, you just get a few ingredients, whip them together, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, this is the best salad I've ever had. And they're easy, and you did it in like 30 minutes, 45 minutes out of your day. I love it. All right, in goes all of the pasta to our big bowl. And then we will stir. So we are going to make 2 different variations of the dressing. One is going to be the regular recipe that everyone probably knows and loves, and then another is going to be a healthier version if you are trying to stay away from a lot of sugar, or you're just looking for a healthier option for your salads this summer. That one will be made with Greek yogurt and honey. So I'm excited to give you guys a couple different options as to how you can switch up your dressing if you are looking to have a healthier option. Or obviously if you are okay with regular mayo and some regular white sugar, then that version will be perfect for you too. So that's why I have my 2 bowls. And we chopped up our this is broccoli, our broccoli. We needed 8 cups, so I'm gonna pour 4 cups into each bowl, so then we have an even distribution of the dressings. Whoops. All right, now that we have these separated, I'm gonna set them to the side because we need to chop up our bacon. So we need a 1/2 cup in total, so it'll be 1/4 and 1/4 in each bowl. So I'm just gonna chop up, got 5 pieces here, and we'll see how much that makes. I did cook an entire pound of bacon, so if we need more, we've got it. And you can definitely buy already chopped up bacon bits in the store, but it's a lot more expensive to do that way versus just buying the bacon in the package and then browning it yourself, because they always charge so much more for the bacon bits versus an entire pound of bacon. If you don't have time, you can definitely buy the chopped bacon bits, but if you have the time, I would recommend just doing it yourself. I think I need to sharpen my knife. This might be easier to do just by hand. Just of course, before you do stuff by hand, make sure you wash your hands. I have washed my hands multiple times today with soap and water, so I'm not concerned about pulling these apart by hand. All right, so I got my 1 cupper here. Let's see how many this is. I'm gonna wash my hands because I got bacon grease and stuff all over them. All right, and we will distribute our bacon evenly. And honestly, I feel like that's not a lot of bacon. So my recipe that I always use says half a cup for the 8 cups of bacon, but I feel like we can go a little more. That's one thing I like about cooking, is you can kind of change stuff up for your preferences or your family's preferences. If you know that they really like bacon and they're not as huge of fans of onions or something, you can add more bacon, less onions. I love that about cooking. I know if you're baking stuff, you can't really go too far away from the original recipe, but that's one thing about cooking, is you can kind of make it your own. All right, so in total, I used about 7 whole bacon strips. So we also need raisins or dried cranberries and sunflower seeds. And we've got our diced red onion. I really like the flavor of red onion. I feel like it brings out, like it just like enhances the flavors of salads and stuff. But if you do not like onions, or you have people in your family who don't like onions, you can definitely leave this part out or just put less. Okay, and for our sunflower seeds, we also need a 1/2 cup. And I don't know about you guys, but I absolutely love summer salads. All the freshness from the veggies and just the variety of salads that you can make. Obviously, you can make salads in the wintertime too, but it seems to go better with summer stuff, because in the winter you're cold and you just want like soups and warm, hearty dishes. And then in the summer, it's so nice and warm out, and you've got barbecues and all the pool parties, that just like fresh salads are just so good. The full recipes for both of these versions, the healthier Greek yogurt version and then the regular version, will be linked in the description below, so check those out. And we like raisins, so that's why I'm using raisins. You could also use dried cranberries, so craisins, if you prefer. About 1/2 cup in each again. Okay, now on to our dressings. Okay, for our first dressing is the quote unquote not as healthy version. I still think it's fine, but we have only 4 ingredients, so it's mayo, sugar, and then salt and pepper. So really easy to throw together. Got my salt and pepper, my mayo, and then I'm gonna get my sugar out. And I'm gonna mix my dressings in these handy glass measuring dishes. And I really like to use avocado mayo. I know it's a little pricier than regular mayo. It doesn't have seed oils, it's organic. I do like that. You can get this at Costco, or if you have just regular mayo, that's totally fine too. Whatever your preference on what you like to buy. And a little bit of mayo goes a long ways. So if I was doing 1 large batch versus the 2 batches, I would do a whole cup of mayo. But since we're splitting it into 2, I'm doing ½ cup mayo, and then the other version, I'll do ½ cup of the Greek yogurt. And then we want 1 tablespoon of sugar, and then a couple pinches of salt and pepper. And then we'll just stir it together. And I would recommend, if you have a party you're going to, or if you're just making it for your family for the week, I would make it the day before you're gonna eat it, because as you can see, the mayo looks thick, but as it sits with everything in the bowl, it will thin out. You'll be able to really stir it and get a nice even coating. So I would make the salad like the night before, the day before. You're planning to take it somewhere, or even if you're, planning to eat it tomorrow for dinner or something. That's what I would recommend. All right, and then we just pour it on over. All right, so we will set that one aside and we will mix up our Greek yogurt version. So again, if you're looking to get more protein in your meals, or this one will be a little higher in protein because it does have the plain Greek yogurt, and then it has a little less fat because mayo has more fat than it does protein. So just a couple things, FYI. And we'll mix up our next dressing in this glass container. My 1 cupper, this is a bit excessive. It's a 4 cupper, so I definitely don't need this large of one, but the others are dirty, so it is what it is. We'll start the dishwasher after this. Okay, so we've got our Greek yogurt, and we're gonna do about ½ cup of the Greek yogurt. And this is plain, it's not like vanilla or anything. All right, and then just 1 to 2 teaspoons of mustard. I'm not even gonna measure, I'm just gonna squirt it in. About a tablespoon of honey. And then we'll do ½ tablespoon of apple cider vinegar. And salt and pepper again, of course. All right, and then we'll mix that up. This, with the mustard, it does have a little bit of a yellowish color, but that just makes it fun. There you have it, 2 different versions of our broccoli bacon salad that you can make so many times in the upcoming seasons and months. Make sure, again, like I said, to check the description below for a link to both recipes. One final tip, if you do go to get it out of your fridge the next day, you stir it and it still looks really dry, go ahead and just take a spoon, add another scoop of mayo or Greek yogurt, add a little bit more honey, just like a little bit of everything, stir it up, and it should be good. So no worries if it still looks a little dry, but like I said, the mayo does disperse really well in the salads. I mean, these both look very well coated and delicious. So today we're making 2 easy summer salads, a classic chicken salad recipe and a cottage cheese egg salad recipe. These are perfect to prep ahead on the weekend and then eat throughout the week. And guess what? Your free summer salad recipe guide is linked in the description below just for you, with 5 different summer salad recipes available to make. First up, we are going to make our chicken salad recipe. This is something that I have always loved. I've always been a chicken salad fan. I remember going to Arby's with my mom and sister in the summer, and it was always a seasonal thing. They never had the chicken salad during the winter or fall, which I can understand, but I was always excited to get it when we would go every once in a while in the summertime, and it was so good. So we are going to be making a homemade version today so you can eat it throughout the year. All right, so I am using canned chicken and we're gonna drain these. You could buy a rotisserie chicken and shred that up, or you could buy just some chicken breasts and then cook them that way too and shred them. Whatever you wanna do is totally fine. I am doing this because it's quick and easy. So I've got my 2 cans of chicken. We're gonna throw them in our bowl. And just kind of break up the chicken chunks a little bit. Not, I mean, it doesn't have to be anything crazy, but just so they're not in the big chunks anymore. And once you get all your ingredients out for this, they will whip up really quickly. So we've got our chicken, we've got chopped celery. I already chopped this up. And we also have green onions that I've already cut up. So I am going to be using raisins today. But if you want to do fresh grapes, I always loved, that's how Arby's did it, was fresh grapes. I just don't have any, so we're using raisins. You could also use craisins. If you have dried cranberries, you could use those as well. So either one, whichever one you want to use, it will taste amazing. Just make sure if you do grapes that you cut them up a little bit. You don't want to throw whole chunks of grapes in there. Okay, so we got 1 cup of mayo. And I like the avocado mayo, but you can definitely use regular mayo if you'd like. And these will be great sandwich options if you have kids at home with you during the summer or you're going to work. I mean, either way, but if your kids are home during the summer, this is something that you can easily throw together. You can then, I mean, they can make sandwiches from it. So if you still work and your kids are at home, I remember my mom doing that. She'd make a bunch of egg salad, then we just have egg salad sandwiches throughout the week. This is a great one for your kids to eat and then also make their own sandwich and you don't have to worry about it. Actually, the green onions are for our next recipe. And then we need 2 tablespoons of our lemon juice. Okay, and so the last couple items we are gonna add is some honey, and I'm gonna do about a tablespoon. And then I always like adding pecans to my chicken salad. I don't have a big bag of pecans, but I do have this mixed nut variety. So I'm gonna pick out as many pecans as I can, and then might add in a couple cashews or some almonds. Because I'll be honest, I forgot to double check that we had a bag of pecans. I thought we did, but apparently we don't have a bag of just regular pecans. We only have the mixed nuts. And you could totally omit the pecans and stuff if you guys have a nut allergy or you just don't have them. It's not necessary, like you don't have to have it. I just like the added crunch and the taste of them. Okay, that's probably good. So we've got almost a 1/2 cup of nuts, and I'm just gonna throw that in our bowl as well. Okay, now that we have everything in our bowl, we'll go ahead and mix it together. And this is really good if you make it the day before, or even in the morning if you're wanting to have it for lunch, because then the flavors and just everything, like really, you want it to set at least 3 to 4 hours in the fridge before you actually eat it. So just do a little prepping ahead of time and then you will be just fine. And we're gonna package this up and then store it in the fridge. And this next recipe, the cottage cheese egg salad, is one that I am always nostalgia about. I guess my mom didn't add the cottage cheese growing up, but we had egg salad all the time in the summer and I absolutely loved it. So this is one that I honestly haven't made in a couple years. I don't know why, I just haven't, but I'm really excited to have this again in our fridge. So we need a 1/4 cup of mayo. And I am actually doubling this recipe to make extra. So the recipe to both of these will be linked below, and it will have just if you're wanting to do 1 batch, and then also you can do the 2 batches or whatever. But just FYI, I am doubling this. And then we need 2/3 cup of cottage cheese, but since I'm doubling it, I'm gonna do it twice. I would also love to hear, what are some of your favorite summer salads to make? Do you also get nostalgic thinking of egg salad, or did you do, I know we always did like a tuna egg salad too, which was amazing. I still love that. But I would love to hear what else you guys get nostalgic for. Now that I'm becoming a mom and like having my own kids and stuff, I often think back to like my childhood and all the fun things that we did. So I'm just curious, tell me in the comments below. I would love to connect and learn more about you all. Okay, so that is all of the mix-in ingredients that we need. If you noticed, we didn't add our eggs yet because they are on our countertop. We still need to crack those, shell them, and then chop them up. So I wanted to get everything just in our bowl first before we worried about the eggs. And also one thing to note, you can, so when I didn't really measure my salt and pepper, it's like a third, and then a third of paprika. But if you go to eat it and you're like, the flavor's not really popping, you can add some more salt, you could add some more dill. That's one thing that's nice about these, is like you can kind of taste it and add more as you go. Also, I use Dijon mustard. If you want to use regular yellow mustard, that's totally fine too. So whatever you guys prefer or have in your fridge, don't feel like you have to like go to the store and just buy a bottle of Dijon mustard just because this recipe says so when you already have yellow mustard. Like, don't worry about that. Okay, so we are going to crack our eggs. I boiled these and then hopefully it works. Sometimes, I don't know, hard-boiled eggs can be tricky sometimes with like shelling them. So I hope the shells come off really good. A trick that I learned was after you boil them, drain them right away and then get them in ice cold water. And the coldness is supposed to help like separate the egg from the shell. I don't know the science behind it, but it seems to work for me. So if you struggle with that, you could try that out, and fingers crossed it will work well for us today as well. So I would say the ice bath trick worked really well because these all, I only had issues with one where it like popped off, but otherwise the shell came off just so nicely. So definitely try the ice bath thing and see how it works for you guys, because I am a firm believer that that is the best way to get your eggshells off of your eggs. And I did rinse all of the eggs off because I wanted to make sure that they did not have any lingering shells on them. And now we're gonna cut them up. I have this really cool egg cutter. It's like in the shape of an egg. It's specifically for eggs. Got it from my grandma, and you just put the egg on here, shut this, and it cuts it. I love it. I have no idea. I'll have to look and see if they still make stuff like this. They probably do. If they do and I find a link, I will link it in the description below, because even though you really only use it for eggs, it is so nice that like y'all need one for sure. Okay, this seriously looks so good. I love the color that it's getting, that like orangish yellowish, and then the green mixture from the onions and the dill. I am going to pop this in the fridge for probably 30 minutes. I'm going to do my dishes, and then I'm gonna make one of these for lunch. So I will show you the sandwich. I bought some croissant rolls because I was like, these are gonna be so good with croissant rolls. Same with the chicken salad. So we're gonna package this up, put it in the fridge for a little bit, and then we will try it. So I have a feeling these are gonna be really messy, but I'm so excited to try them. They look fantastic. Okay, the flavor is so good. I love the addition of the pickle juice and the dill. Also with the green onions, it just really enhances the flavor of everything. This is a winner for sure. I'm gonna be making this a lot this summer. One of my all-time favorite things to make in the summer is salads. And I don't want just like a boring salad with lettuce and carrots and dressing. I like fancy, exciting salads that actually don't take very long to make and prep. So we have lots of tomatoes and bell peppers and just some veggies in my fridge that I wanted to use up. So we are going to make a lettuce pasta salad with our tomatoes, bell peppers, romaine lettuce, and some pasta, and then a super easy dressing that we're just gonna mix together and pour right into our bowl. And that's one nice thing about these salads is like you can make them in a variety of different ways. So if you don't have tomatoes but you have cucumbers, go ahead and chop those up. Or if you don't have bell peppers and you have broccoli, you can go ahead and chop that up. I actually have a really good, the broccoli bacon salad recipe. I did a video on that of like a really healthy version with like Greek yogurt and stuff. And then the classic version too with sugar that always tastes just so good. So I'll actually link those videos here so you guys can check that out too if you want to see a different salad version. I also just love to make sure that all of our meals are very well-rounded in the nutrition area. So we've got like some protein, we've got some veggie, we've got some carb, just a little bit of everything. So I love that fresh produce is in the summer and it's so much easier to cook with. I know in the winter I feel like I struggle thinking of vegetables and stuff to make besides just steamed vegetables. So that's another reason I love the summer and I love this recipe. And salad dressings are super easy to make. I never thought that they were as easy as they actually are until I started making them. So this one, we just need lemon juice. So if you have lemons, fresh squeezed would be great. If you don't, you can use the store-bought like what I'm doing. And then also we're gonna have some olive oil and we'll just do salt, pepper, and oregano. So these are great flavors that make this so delicious, and you really don't need as much olive oil as you think you do. So like I'm doing 2 tablespoons. I did a little extra at the end, but really you don't need that much. Like a little goes a long ways. And then I'm also going to shred some Parmesan cheese to put over top. This one would be really good if you had feta cheese as well. That would be so delicious. To serve with our Italian pasta salad, I am making pizza burgers, and if you have never had these, they are perfect if you have leftover hamburger buns. It's a great way to use those up before they go moldy. They're so fantastic. So basically what they are is just mini pizzas. So we've got our leftover hamburger buns, which I am going to put these all on just directly on our sheet tray, and then we need to brown our hamburger, and you can do any type of pizza toppings that you like. We always have hamburgers, so that one's an easy go-to for me. But if you also have pepperoni, which I do have, and I typically put on this, but our daughter does not like pepperoni, so I just kind of try and stay away from that on some things, just to avoid that. But yes, you can use whatever meat pizza toppings you enjoy. So in order to create our pizza burgers, it is really easy. We just lay out both sides of our hamburger buns on a sheet tray, get some pizza sauce. So whether it's store-bought or homegrown, my mom and dad make really good pizza sauce every year. So this is from them. And then so we'll just smear that over all the hamburger buns. We need to shred up our cheese. So I'm probably going to do, I didn't measure, but it's probably about 1 cup of shredded cheddar cheese. And then we'll bring our hamburger over, and I didn't film this, but I did add seasonings to it. So just a sprinkle of onion and then garlic powder just to give it a little extra flavor. And we will evenly distribute the hamburger over top of all the buns. And honestly, now that I am putting the shredded cheddar cheese on here, I almost feel like it would be easier to, instead of shredding the cheese, cut like rectangles or blocks off from the cheese and then just lay it over top of the hamburger, that would probably stay easier. So next time I make it, I'm gonna try doing it that way, but I do think that it will stay a lot easier than the shredded cheddar cheese, because that can just take extra time trying to get it to stay on top of the hamburger and not falling off. But yeah, that's just a little thought I'm having while I'm doing this. And then we've got our oven already preheated, so once we have all of these formed and together, we'll just pop them in the oven for 10 to 12 minutes. And honestly, I love how quick these come together. It's a great meal for the summertime, especially if you're grilling or you have a lot of leftover hamburger buns from whatever. This is just such a fantastic way to throw it. And it's an easy last minute thing. You don't have to really think a lot about or plan a lot ahead. It can just be one of those, what should we make tonight? I don't know. How about pizza burgers? We've got hamburger buns. Perfect. Let's do that. So just something really easy that you can throw together. And while I'm dishing this everything up on our plates, while we were eating, my husband was like, pasta with lettuce? What the heck? That's weird. Like, he had never heard of that. And I feel like that's pretty popular in my opinion. But then once he ate it, he was like, okay, yeah, this is awesome. Never mind. Not weird anymore. I also wanted to take you guys back outside again because I need to show you our garden. My husband decided to put a plastic over our garden to make like a greenhouse effect because it has been unusually cool this spring / now we're getting into summer, and it's only been in like the 60s 70s, so our plants were not growing like they should have been. So he put the greenhouse on it and it's working wonders. Like, take a look at the growth on all of these plants. I'm so excited. I'm sure most of y'all are in the same boat with me on absolutely loving your iced coffee or hot coffee in the morning, depending on the season. Well, my husband and I got this amazing coffee machine a couple years ago now from my in-laws for our wedding present, and I absolutely love it. It honestly wasn't until like this year that I started making my own espresso and lattes. I just used to drink a bunch of just a regular pot coffee because I thought that it would be too difficult to do the espresso thing or take too much time. And honestly, it's a lot easier than you think it is. We love Black Rifle coffee. That's the coffee we have right now. And we kind of go back and forth between different brands, trying different stuff. But right now we have a bunch of Black Rifle coffee, so that's what we're using up. I also love making my own coffee at home because I can control what's going into it. So I keep it very simple with just maple syrup, the espresso, and whole milk. I love whole milk. I think it tastes way better than skim or 1%, and you know what? That's not bad for you, so I'm drinking whole milk. But anyways, I also love making our coffee at home because it is so expensive to go to Starbucks or any other coffee chain and get coffee. And don't get me wrong, I go there as like a treat, maybe once every other month. But if I can make an initial investment into a coffee machine and then have lattes every day for, I don't know what it costs, but probably only like 50 cents to $1 versus $6 or $7 at a coffee shop, I'm gonna go that way. So I will link this coffee machine in the description if you want to check it out and see for yourself. But yeah, it is just so good. I love it. This week, I'm doing a little dessert prep for the days ahead, and these oatmeal chocolate chip cookies are the perfect treat to have on hand. They're quick to make, freezer friendly, and ideal for those summer afternoons when you just want something sweet without turning on the oven every day. I love that they feel a little nostalgic, a little cozy, but still light enough for warmer weather. We keep a stash in the freezer so they're ready to go whenever that cookie craving hits, which, let's be honest, is quite often. This recipe is extra special to me. It's the same one my mom made when I was growing up, passed down from my grandma, and now I get to pass it down to my daughter. She was so excited to help, especially with measuring the flour, although I think about half of it made it onto the counter instead of in the bowl. Honestly though, she's doing so well and it makes my heart so happy to watch her learn and have fun in the kitchen. For these cookies, we need 1 cup of unsalted butter, softened, 3/4 cup packed brown sugar, 3/4 cup granulated sugar, 2 eggs, 2 cups all-purpose flour, a teaspoon baking soda, a teaspoon salt, 2 cups quick oats, and then 1 or 1.5 cups of semi-sweet chocolate chips. The full recipe, if you want a printable version, is available on my blog, ourfamilykooks.com, or you can find it linked in the description below, and then you can easily print it from there or pin it to Pinterest. After we mixed up the dough, she of course wanted to help me scoop it onto the cookie sheet, but really all she wanted to do was eat all the raw cookie dough, so she wasn't exactly thrilled about having to wait for them to finish baking. But we did end up sitting together on the kitchen floor, watching them through the oven window and talking about which one looked best, which definitely helped her, as patience is not our strong suit right now. Is it ever with toddlers though? I don't think so. When they finally came out and cooled just enough, she finally got to eat her cookie, and the look on her face, chocolatey smile and all, was the best part of the whole day. We did have extra dough because I didn't want to make all of my cookies right away, so I did throw the rest of them. Well, I didn't throw them. I used my cookie scoop to form them into balls and added them on a separate cookie sheet, and then I put that in the oven, and then once it sat for a little bit, probably about an hour or so, I transferred them to Ziploc bags, and now they'll be in the freezer and ready for whenever we need some extra cookies. We'll be making a Kodiak sausage and cheddar muffins, blueberry baked oatmeal, and easy and flavorful overnight oats. Stick around to learn how to boost your protein intake without sacrificing flavor or family time. If you find this video helpful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more family-friendly recipes. Good morning, friends. I typically like to have my kitchen completely clean and do like a nightly shutdown of my kitchen where dishes are all gone or put away, countertops are clean, everything is just in its place. But the further along I get in this pregnancy, the bigger I get, the more swollen I get, all the things, I am just ready to be done at the end of the night. So like, we still do the dishes, put stuff in the dishwasher, clean up our table from like any food. So all the food is put away. But this morning I am putting the clean dishes away, gonna put our air fryer away, and just do some countertop cleaning because, you know, sometimes you go through different phases of life, and I am just in the one where sometimes I don't get it all done at night and then I just get it done in the morning, and that is totally fine. But that is what I'm doing this morning before I start making some breakfast muffins. And of course, we gotta make a pot of coffee, so definitely getting this started before our day and before I go get our toddler up. And for our breakfast muffins, I'm gonna get a pound of breakfast sausage out. I really enjoy using breakfast sausage. Love the Jimmy Dean brand. I don't know if they sell that all over, but that's what I love here in the Midwest. You could definitely, if you only have hamburger, you can use that too, but the sausage is just so good because it has all those good flavors already in the meat. So I would highly recommend getting a pound of breakfast sausage for these. To make these muffins, we need eggs, Greek yogurt, or today I am using cottage cheese because we don't have plain Greek yogurt in the fridge, so love that it's super versatile and you can kind of mix and match. Milk, pure maple syrup, Kodiak pancake mix. They do have a gluten-free option if you are gluten-free, so check those out. And then we need cooked breakfast sausage, shredded cheddar cheese, salt, black pepper, and onion powder, which I will be honest, the cheddar cheese did not make it into our muffins this morning because we all slept in, and so we were running behind on breakfast. So I just used the cottage cheese as like our cheese in these, and they still turned out fantastic. I do recommend adding the shredded cheddar cheese if you have the time though, because it is so good with that in there. It almost tastes like a Cheddar Bay biscuit. Not identical, but the cheddar and the savoriness is super close to the Cheddar Bay biscuits. So, and I will link the full recipe with how much of everything you need in the description below, so make sure to check that out. These sausage and cheddar Kodiak muffins are seriously a lifesaver for busy mornings. They're high in protein, super filling, and something my entire family really enjoys. I love that I can prep a batch ahead of time, and then they're ready for me to grab in the morning when life gets crazy trying to rush out the door. which, let's be honest, is basically every morning right now. Plus, they've got that savory, cheesy flavor that makes them feel like comfort food, but in a healthy muffin form. Since we had my baby sprinkle yesterday, so that is a party you have when it's your second baby, so it's a little smaller, more close family and friends, and then not as many gifts. We had a lot of fruit left over, so we've got a bunch of these blueberries that I am going to make a baked blueberry oatmeal. I had really never thought about doing a baked oatmeal before this year when I started to see it. Other YouTube channels that I watched, and I was like, oh, that sounds so good. And they are so good. I've made a few already this year. I made a pumpkin one last fall, and I figured, hey, if I can make a pumpkin one, I can make a blueberry one. So we're gonna use my same recipe that I made for the pumpkin, and I have an apple one, and I'm just gonna substitute the apples with blueberries. So I'm really excited to get this made, because then we'll have a delicious breakfast to eat throughout the week. All right, I'm gonna put our ingredients to the side so we can mix everything together. And we won't need our baking pan until we're done mixing. So I'm gonna start with 2 cups of oats, and I'm using rolled oats. You could use quick oats too, but I like the consistency of rolled oats better. And I like to make sure I get lots of protein in at breakfast. It's good to start with like 30 grams of protein in your serving. So I'd probably make this with like scrambled eggs or something. So I am adding cottage cheese in here to give the oatmeal bake some more protein. And if you don't have cottage cheese, but you want to add more protein, you could use Greek yogurt. That's also a great substitute. Just do 1 for 1. So I'm doing 1 cup of cottage cheese. You'd do 1 cup of Greek yogurt. This is kind of a last minute addition, but I thought that lemon would be really good with this blueberry. Since we are in summertime, I figured a blueberry lemon would be good. So we're gonna try it. I'm gonna put some lemon juice in here and see what happens. Just do 2 tablespoons. Hopefully that's enough to taste it. Then I'm gonna leave a few extras to put over the top. And last thing we need to do is melt a couple tablespoons of butter, and then we can mix it all together and throw it in our oven. And then we want to gently mix all of this together, trying not to squish our blueberries. That looks so good. I can't wait to try this. This is a great breakfast to whip up on a weekend. If you want Saturday morning brunch or Sunday brunch, your kids will love it, and it'll last a couple more days into the week. Unless you have like 5 kids, then it'll probably all be done in one sitting. But if you only have a couple kids and then you and your spouse, yeah, this will be perfect and will last a few days. I'm going to sprinkle just our last few blueberries over the top to give it some pretty color. And I'll do a little sprinkle of nutmeg, because why not? All right, and she is good for the oven. And we'll set our timer for 45 minutes. And while our oatmeal bakes, I'm gonna run our compost out to our compost bin because our bucket is getting very full. So we need to empty it out so we can add more compost. So this looks and smells amazing. My kitchen smells so good right now. Look at that. I am so excited. So the apple baked oatmeal that I made a week or so ago, when we served it and ate it for breakfast, we put some vanilla Greek yogurt over the top and then also drizzled a little bit of maple syrup. So I would highly recommend doing that with this one as well. It kind of sounds, if you've never added Greek yogurt on top of a baked oatmeal or oatmeal before, it sounds kind of weird, but it tastes so good, especially if you have vanilla Greek yogurt. Oh, Amazing. Plus the maple syrup, so good. Okay, but anyways, our baked oatmeal is done and I'm gonna let it cool before I try it. All right, for our berry overnight oats, we need a half cup of rolled oats for each one of our jars. We need 1 scoop of vanilla protein powder, which I really like this organic protein powder. I like the vegan or plant-based protein powders. The whey-based ones usually just upset my stomach, so I really like this one, and you can find it at Costco. Always love going to Costco because it is so much cheaper than buying from the regular grocery store. And I'm gonna add a tablespoon of chia seeds to each of these as well. Chia seeds are also really high in fiber, which we all need to help keep us regular, and they don't have a flavor to them. So adding to like oatmeal or overnight oats is really helpful. Keep your fiber content up. And we'll add just a touch of honey in each of these, just for a little bit of sweetness. These are also great to meal plan ahead of time with. So for instance, you could make 5 of these jars on Sunday and then have breakfast for the whole week, or breakfast for each you and your spouse, really however many you want to make and however many people are in your family. And they're awesome to take on trips. So like if you're planning to go on a 2, 3, 4, 5 hour car ride, and you don't want to stop for breakfast or dirty a bunch of dishes in the morning before you leave, these are great to make the night before. And then they have a lid with a seal, and I'll show you that here in a little bit. Well, just like this. So they are car friendly. You just need a spoon. You can grab and go in the morning. Love overnight oats for that reason too. They are super versatile. So we are almost done with our overnight oats. We're gonna add our liquid components next. And we need half cup of milk. Another great thing of how versatile these are is if you go to get it out of the fridge in the morning and you like your overnight oats more milky versus not really stiff, but if you like them more milky, you can always add more milk in the morning and stir it up, and then you'll be fine. Okay, and then we're gonna add vanilla yogurt, also a half cup to each one, and then we'll be done. Okay, so it might be more around 1/4 of a cup because I'm gonna do half of one of these cups in each. And when you go to buy Greek yogurt, make sure to read the labels. Some of them have added sugars in there, which you just do not need. That's why I love this brand, the Oikos, because they don't have any added sugars. It's just the natural sugar from the fruit or whatever you're putting in it. All right, let's stir these up and get our lids on them, and then they'll be ready for the fridge. So along with the travel grab and go thing, this would be great even if like you're not going on a trip, but you're just going into the office and you don't want to spend a bunch of money at stopping at Starbucks every day or whatever local chain you have, going through the drive-through McDonald's, you know, all the places. This is a great one that you can whip up the night before and then just take it with you. And I don't love using plastic, but if you want to take like a plastic spoon or something too, so then you can just throw it away and don't have to do dishes or bring your other spoon home, you can do that too. So yeah, these are just an amazing overall breakfast. And last thing about these, sorry, there's so many things I keep thinking about. You can add a lot of different flavors. So I will link my recipes in the description below for overnight oats. I have a brownie batter one, a banana bread one, and this berry vanilla overnight oats recipe. Excuse me, pregnancy brain. My brain doesn't work as well as it used to. But I love that you can make them versatile. So if you're in fall, you can add some cinnamon or pumpkin pie spice with maybe banana or pumpkin puree or some chopped up apples. That just sounds so good. So yeah, you can do a lot of different things with these. Okay, and then you don't have to bake these, you don't have to cook anything. We just let them sit in our fridge overnight. You want to do that because using the rolled oats, they need to sit in the milk overnight in order to cook and soften. Otherwise, if you just go ahead and try and eat it right now, the oats are gonna be hard and chewy and you don't want that. I'm excited to share 3 vibrant summer salads that are bursting with fresh flavors. Whether you're planning a family dinner, heading to a pool party, or firing up the grill, these summer salads will be perfect. I'll show you how to use garden fresh veggies like bell peppers and cucumbers to create perfect summer salads that everyone will love. This cottage cheese pasta salad is one of my go-to summer recipes. It's packed with fresh veggies like cucumber, bell pepper, and tomatoes, and tossed with pasta for the perfect bite. What makes this version stand out is the creamy cottage cheese and a homemade Italian dressing with no added refined sugars, just a touch of honey for sweetness. I love how light and refreshing it tastes, especially on a hot day. It's a healthier twist on classic pasta salads and perfect for backyard barbecues or easy weeknight dinners. Trust me, once you try this, you'll be making it on repeat all summer long. For the cottage cheese pasta salad, we need 12 ounces of cooked pasta, or if you have a pound, that'll work just fine too. I am using a whole pound of pasta because I don't want to have extra noodles. So either way, it'll be fine. And then a cup of cottage cheese, cucumbers diced, an orange bell pepper, a yellow bell pepper, half cup of red onion, finely chopped. If you guys don't like onions, you can definitely leave this out, but I think the flavor of a red onion, it almost has a little bit of a sweetness to it in my opinion, and it just brings out the flavors in this salad so well that I highly recommend adding it. But if you want to omit it, you definitely can. And then 2 limes juiced, which I do not have any limes, so I am just gonna use extra lemon juice when we get to that point. So it'll be fine. I forgot to buy them at the store this morning, but it'll still taste delicious. And then half cup of Italian dressing. So I am gonna make our Italian dressing homemade because I went to the store this morning and was like, I'll just buy it, then I don't have to make it. But seriously, to try and find a good Italian dressing that didn't have a bunch of added sugars or colors or just extra stuff that you don't need, like trying to find an Italian dressing that only has the olive oil, the vinegar, the bare minimum of what you need was so hard. And I did find one, but it was $15 for a bottle. So we're just gonna make it at home ourselves. And then we also need additional Italian seasoning, sea salt, and black pepper. And we will eventually add all of that to our one bowl. Also, the step-by-step guide to making this recipe and printable version will be linked in the description below, so definitely check that out. You can print it, you can pin it to Pinterest, you can do all the things. Also, I just have to say, I was so saddened earlier this week, or I guess last week by the time you're probably seeing this, but to see that Anne Burrell died. That was so sad. If you don't know who she is, she was an amazing host on the Food Network. I watched her all the time and definitely learned so many things, especially about like knife cuts. She was the queen of using a Sharpie on your finger if you had your finger out on the knife. So whenever I'm chopping stuff, I always think, oh, put your finger away. Don't want to chop your finger off. But it was just so sad to hear that she had passed away. So rest in peace, Anne. You will be missed. Our next super easy and delicious summer salad is one that I am whipping up to take over to my in-laws this evening. The grandkids have had a fun day and afternoon swimming and just hanging out with their grandma and grandpa. So when we go pick them up, we're gonna eat dinner there, and I figured I'd bring this pasta salad because it is so good and Everybody always loves it. For the pasta salad, we need cooked pasta, which I already made these noodles yesterday. I was kind of prepping ahead of time, and I made the pasta noodles yesterday. And then cherry tomatoes, doing a whole diced cucumber, romaine lettuce, and that is our base of the salad. If you wanted to add additional vegetables, you definitely could. Like, I've added bell peppers before. Those are always a fantastic crunch to any salad. Just really any fresh veggies would be great in this one. You could do some shredded carrots. It all would be delicious. And then for the dressing, we're gonna do a homemade dressing, and don't freak out and get scared about hearing like homemade dressing. It's actually really easy. So I am doing 2 tablespoons of lemon juice, 4 tablespoons of olive oil, and looks like my olive oil is running out. So I'm gonna have to refill it and then add more so we can get the rest of our olive oil in here. And then oregano, salt, and pepper. And I don't typically measure those. I just kind of do a couple sprinkles of the salt and pepper, and then always lots of good oregano seasoning, because that just adds so much fantastic flavor. So I would say if you want like exact measurements, 1/2 to a teaspoon of salt and pepper each, and then 1 or 2 tablespoons of oregano. This salad spinner is also fantastic. I got it a couple years ago as a gift from my husband, and seriously, it works so well. You can also put other veggies in there, but it's really good with lettuce. So I know in the past I've not always washed my lettuce, but that is not a smart thing to do. So definitely make sure to wash your lettuce. And the salad spinner is just so great because it gets all the water out so easily and so conveniently. You don't have to use a bunch of paper towels or let the lettuce sit out and try and air dry. It is just so easy. I will link one in the description below if you do not have one yet. And lastly, I forgot to mention, we need Parmesan cheese. So you can definitely use the store-bought shredded Parmesan cheese. It's already shredded for you. But Costco sells these really great blocks of Parmesan cheese. So that's what we always buy, and then I always shred it myself. So either way, and then you just sprinkle that over top, and it adds a delicious additional element to the salad. Good morning. I wanted to get up early, not super early, like 45 minutes before the rest of my family, but I wanted to empty our compost because this weekend has been so hot. It was like 95 degrees yesterday. It's supposed to be in the 90s again, and I apologize, that is Fahrenheit. I'm not sure what Celsius would be, but it is really hot. It's also extremely humid. So it's 6:30 a.m. and it's already 80 degrees out. So I wanted to get this compost taken care of before the extreme heat of the day, because being very pregnant and heat just do not mix very well. Also, I want to show you an update of our garden. It is growing so well. I am so excited. The heat, and we've had rain over the last few days, have just gotten everything to really start sprouting and shooting up. I mean, we got broccoli coming in, we've got a little baby jalapeno, we have a little baby cucumber. I'm just so excited. This tortellini pasta salad is a fun new recipe I'm trying out, and I'm excited to see how it turns out. Fingers crossed it's as delicious as it sounds. It's made with cheesy tortellini, crisp cucumbers, juicy tomatoes, and fresh snow peas for a really colorful summery mix. Snow peas are actually one of my favorite vegetables to eat raw. Growing up, we had a massive garden. I grew up on about 5 acres of land, so we had a really large garden, and my mom would have my sister and I go pick peas during the day in the summertime while our parents worked, and probably only about half the peas would actually make it into the house because I ate so many fresh from the garden while picking them. And my family still jokes and kids with me about it to this day. We're growing peas in our garden this summer, and I am so excited for them to come in. I hope we get a lot because I love them. I'm tossing everything in a homemade Italian dressing. This is super easy to make. You just need olive oil, lemon juice, some seasonings, and then apple cider vinegar or regular vinegar. And then also with a 1/4 cup of balsamic and honey for sweetness. Honestly, staring at this, I was getting super nervous that I added too much balsamic, but when we went to eat it, it was the perfect amount. My husband went back for seconds of the salad as well, and I absolutely loved it. And our toddler, she actually ate it too. So, I mean, might be toddler approved depending on how picky your kids are. But it's a simple, refreshing combo that I highly recommend you try out as well. I will have all the recipes linked in the description below. And then I decided to pair this with just some easy air fryer chicken strips. These I get at Costco. I absolutely love them. I love that they don't have a bunch of breading on them. They're just rotisserie chicken. It is frozen, so however they make them in the plant, and then you just throw them in your air fryer for like 8 minutes and they're done. We absolutely love these and eat them all the time. I highly recommend if you have a Costco around you, see if you have this. Potentially it's just a Midwest thing, but I bet they have similar items with different brands and manufacturers. I'm sharing 3 budget-friendly meals that you can make for under $50 total. This sheet pan chicken and roasted veggie dinner is one of my go-to weeknight meals. Everything cooks together in the oven, so cleanup is super easy and dinner's ready in about 35 minutes. I used sweet potatoes, grape tomatoes, and mixed frozen veggies that I had in the freezer, but you can really use whatever veggies you have on hand. Sometimes I will use bell peppers or like this veggie mix. It really just depends on whatever you have. That's why I love these, because they are so versatile. And I also try to meal prep my vegetables on Sundays, so they're already chopped and ready to go for busy weeknights. Unfortunately, I didn't get to it this week, but that's definitely my goal for next weekend. Even without the prep, this dinner comes together fast, and it's always a hit with the whole family. Sheet pan meals like this just make weeknights feel way more manageable. My daughter loves to help me in the kitchen, but since she's still little, I keep her away from anything involving raw meat. Instead, she helps me mix the veggies or sprinkle on the seasoning, which makes it a fun way to cook together. When it comes to seasoning your sheet pan dinners, I like to keep it simple with olive oil, Lowry's seasoning salt, pepper, garlic powder, onion powder, and typically I'll use an Italian seasoning blend, but today I decided to use my Southwestern seasoning mix that I had in the cupboard. This one has some paprika and just a mix of other Southwestern flavors. It adds great flavor without needing a long marinade. You can place the chicken thighs directly on the sheet pan with the veggies. Just make sure they're spread out so everything roasts evenly. Always check the internal temperature of your chicken before serving. It should be at least 165 degrees, that's Fahrenheit, to keep things safe and avoid any foodborne illness. And don't forget to wash your hands thoroughly after handling raw chicken. Food safety is just as important as flavor, and I am not about to get my whole family sick, so just make sure to very much clean up all of your raw chicken grease and gunk that gets anywhere. We'll place our sheet pan dinner in the preheated oven at 425 degrees, again Fahrenheit, and cook for 30 to 35 minutes. I did check these at about the 20-minute mark and kind of did a little stirring of the vegetables. They were looking great, and it did only end up needing about 35 minutes in the oven. And serving these is also super easy because you don't have to think of another side to have along with it. You've already got your potatoes and your veggies mixed in and your chicken. It's all there, saving you on dishes, which is always a huge plus in my book. So overall, I just love sheet pan dinners. I do have a few more videos on some other sheet pan dinners I've made in the past on my channel, so if you want to check those out, I'll link it here. But yeah, overall, just love sheet pan dinners. They're so easy. These beef tacos are one of my favorite easy weeknight dinners because you can brown the hamburger and prep all your fresh toppings in under 30 minutes. I used grape tomatoes, green onions, cilantro, and lettuce, and it all comes together so quickly. I also love using my salad spinner as a colander for rinsing everything, even the tomatoes, so that way I'm not dirtying up multiple dishes like if I would use my regular colander plus the salad spinner, etc. You get the idea. Less dishes is always a win in my book. And if you don't have a salad spinner yet, it's seriously one of my favorite kitchen tools. It gets all the water out of your lettuce and it keeps it nice and crisp. I will say I probably don't use this as much in the winter because we don't have as much lettuce then, but in the summer I am constantly using this, so highly recommend you getting one. I will link the one I use below in the description. We've actually been using the leftover lettuce on ham and cheese sandwiches throughout the week, and it adds the perfect crunch and freshness. It's little things like that that make dinner time easier and lunch a little better too. Tacos are also such a budget-friendly meal, especially when you can stretch 1 pound of hamburger across multiple servings. I know if you have lots of kids, you probably won't be able to stretch 1 pound of hamburger. But if you have a smaller family like me, we always end up having some leftovers, and I always like to pack in extra protein, so I'll load up my tacos with plenty of meat and still usually have some left over. We almost always have enough for breakfast tacos the next morning or to throw into a quick taco bowl or wrap for lunch. It's one of those meals that really gives you the most bang for your buck, honestly, and they're so easy to make. Making tacos at home is so much cheaper than ordering out as well. If you got tacos through Uber Eats or at a restaurant, like going in person, you're easily spending $15 to $20 per person. Or if you get like a margarita or a beer, those are crazy expensive nowadays, so that's gonna add up. And then at home, I can make a full taco night for around $12 to $14 total for all the groceries, and it feeds our family plus some leftovers. Also, if you are on the hunt for a really good taco seasoning, we have found that the best one is by far at Costco. I, for years, would use any and all brands that I would find in the grocery store, and they were good, but they didn't taste, I feel like, as fresh. I don't know, they just tasted not as good as the Costco one. Sorry, I'm failing on words on how to describe the difference, but seriously, every time we eat tacos and use this taco seasoning that we buy at Costco, we always are like, man, this is just so good. Like the mixture of flavors, the amount of spice, like there's not an overabundance of red pepper flakes in here where like your mouth is burning. It's just enough to be like, oh yeah, this is a taco and there's extra flavor here. So if you have a Costco close by, I highly recommend buying their seasoning that they sell there and trying it out because it is so good and it's seriously our favorite. This chicken stir fry is one of the easiest meals to throw together, especially in the summer when you don't want to heat up your kitchen. I grabbed all the ingredients for just $15 and it made plenty to feed our family. I will say if you don't already have a lot of the sauces on hand and you're buying brand new bottles of soy sauce or hoisin sauce or sweet and sour sauce, the initial groceries will probably be more expensive than $15. However, when you break it down, the cost of how much you actually use compared to the one-time purchase, it would equal $15. It is loaded with colorful veggies, tender chicken, and a quick stir-fry sauce that brings it all together. If you have a Blackstone griddle like we do, it cooks up fast with that perfect char and makes dinner feel like a backyard event. Simple, budget-friendly, and full of flavor, this one's definitely a keeper. So how we make our stir fry is really easy. We buy this massive bag of rice from Costco. It's like 30 pounds of rice. So we always have rice on hand. I bought this bag like a year ago and we still have a bunch left. So to make your rice, we always do 2 cups of dry rice and then 4 cups of water. So you want to get your water to a boil, throw your rice in, and then once you put it in there, put your heat down to low, let it simmer with the lid on for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, remove the pot from the heat and then let it sit for another 15 minutes. Don't open the lid. I can't remember the exact reason why you don't want to open the lid. It just messes up with the cooking. So leave the lid on the whole 30 minutes and it'll come out perfectly. And then we love to make a chicken stir fry. So I'm using chicken thighs, and crazy enough, they are actually cheaper at our local grocery store than chicken breasts are right now. So a win is a win, I say. That's awesome because chicken thighs have so much more flavor and do not dry out like chicken breasts do. And then we also love to use a lot of vegetables. So I bought these frozen bags of veggies from the store. They were $1.50 a piece. They've got peppers, they've got broccoli, mushroom, lots of great stuff in them. And then I also cut up 2 bell peppers to add on in addition, because we make a large batch of stir fry. So we like to have lots of leftovers, and I just want to have a lot of colorful and delicious vegetables in there as well. And as you can see, my husband is making this on our Blackstone. He got it for Christmas this year, and we absolutely love it. And it is so easy to make a stir fry on here because you can make all the ingredients all at once. And he also puts eggs. So he put 3 eggs in with the rice to make like a fried rice. And then he did season this. So he used a mixture of dried minced garlic, salt, pepper, some chili flakes, and basil. All right, so first up, we are gonna start with our wet ingredients. So we need a cup of pumpkin puree. And this is actually pumpkin puree that I pureed from our pumpkins this year, or last year, I guess, after Halloween. And I do have a video on my channel about how to process your own pumpkins. So if you guys go to lots of pumpkin patches and you spend all the money on these big pumpkins and then you bring them home and they just die, one great thing you can do is puree the pumpkin, and then you can eat that throughout the year and kind of save your money too, because then you don't have to buy a pumpkin puree from the store. Okay, so we need a cup of cottage cheese. Get a spoon, just do a spatula. And I will link that video below on how to puree and process your own pumpkins so you guys can easily check it out. And then 2 eggs. And I'm gonna crack my eggs into here first just to make sure they look okay, don't get any shells in the batter. All right, and then our next step, I'm gonna get my immersion blender out. And since the cottage cheese is chunky, we're gonna use the immersion blender to mix it all together to really break down those chunks of cottage cheese so then your muffins don't have chunks in them. And if you don't have an immersion blender, you can definitely use a regular blender if you have that instead. I do love the immersion blender because it's so easy to use, and then you're not getting your massive, you're only getting one dish dirty versus your blender plus a bowl. So I love the KitchenAid one, that's what we have. I'll link it below in the description so you guys can check it out. But this one is so nice, and it has this guard on it so that it protects your bowls. Okay, and we'll finish out our wet ingredients before we add our dry. So we need a 1/3 cup of maple syrup, and this is going to be our sweetener for the muffins. I love the maple syrup flavor, adding that to anything pumpkin or fall, just because it adds that really nice, like a warm spice type taste to it with the maple syrup. So I love adding that instead of regular sugar. And then we need a 1/4 cup of melted butter, and so that is 1/2 of a stick. All right, and then we also need a teaspoon of pure vanilla extract. And I grabbed my 1/2 teaspoon, so that's why I did 2. Okay, our butter is melted. I'm gonna go ahead and pour this in. And we'll give it just a quick stir just to get it all incorporated, and then we'll move on to our dry ingredients. So we need the typical items in our dry ingredients: flour, baking soda, salt, and I will get those out. Now that we've got all our dry ingredients out, we will go ahead and add them. And we need 1.5 cups of flour. And I got these glass storage jars last year for Christmas, and I absolutely love them. It's been a long time that I've been using them, and they are fantastic. I love that it has a wide mouth, so you're not spilling flour all over the place. They're glass, so you're not getting like microplastics into all of your foods. Yeah, they're just great. I will actually, if you're in the market for them, I will link them below in the description, and along with the recipes, those will all be down there, so make sure to check those out. All right, this batter is looking really good, and it was a lot easier to stir than I was thinking it was gonna be, so I don't think I'll need to get my handheld mixer out. Ooh, I forgot to preheat my oven, so I'm gonna do that quick. Okay, so 350 is what we want our temperature to be at, and then while that is heating up, I'm gonna go ahead and put all my dry ingredients away and then get my muffin tins out. All right, so we've got our 2 muffin tins, and I'm gonna do, for these, I'm going to use paper liners. So instead of spraying my muffin tins, I'm gonna use the paper. And I recently just got these parchment paper muffin liners. I really like them. I like that they go with every season. It's not like you have Easter colors and then you have to have summer colors and you have to have fall colors. I mean, those are fun, but these are nice for just everyday use when you're making muffins. And I also got these on Amazon. Okay, so those fit really well in here. We will see how much. I feel like sometimes my muffins vary as to if I get a full 24 or if it's just a little less, depending on how full I fill them. I usually try to use a 1/3 cup measuring cup, so I'm gonna get that out just to help guess on like how much is going into one, so they can be pretty even. They don't have to be 100% even, but it's just kind of nice for the cooking temperature to make sure that they all get evenly baked on the inside. Okay, let's get these filled. All right, so that made right around 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 muffins. So I'd say, depending on how big you make them, you'll get between 16 to 18 muffins. And let me tell you, these smell fantastic with the cinnamon and the pumpkin pie spice and the pumpkin puree. Oh, I'm so excited for these. They smell so good. And our oven is done preheating, so we're gonna go ahead and just throw them in. And we'll set our timer for 20 minutes. And I'm gonna do a little bit of dishes here. All right, so I got some of our dishes cleaned so we can start making our pumpkin banana muffins while the just pumpkin spice muffins are in the oven. I originally was just going to do a regular banana bread muffin or regular banana bread loaf, but I only have 2 bananas instead of 3, which usually when you make banana bread, you need at least 3. So I was like, well, what else for like a moisture piece in our bread could I use? And I was like, well, I'm already using pumpkin, so let's use more pumpkin in these. So I'm excited to try these out. I haven't made pumpkin banana muffins before, but they sound really good. And I mean, why would they not taste delicious? So I'm excited to start these. All right, so again, we will start with our wet ingredients, kind of like the first one. So we need 1 cup of pumpkin puree, so just gonna use the rest of my pumpkin. 2 bananas, And you can have these be a lot more ripe, so that would be when there's even more brown. That enhances the sweetness level. The bananas, that's when it's lots of sugar and sweet in there. You don't have to. These are soft and they're getting to be ripe, so I'm gonna go ahead and just use them. And again, we need our cottage cheese. And this time I'm only going to do 3/4 cup of cottage cheese. Okay. And we'll add our eggs. And eggshells are really great if you have a garden and you want to compost. Eggshells add really good calcium to your garden soil. So we always put our eggshells in a bucket and then we add them to our garden, and that way our garden can be nice and nutrient rich. All right, so again, we are going to use our immersion blender to blend up our cottage cheese and pumpkin and all the stuff. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and add the rest of my wet ingredients. So we need 2 teaspoons of vanilla this time. And yes, I just eyeballed that. And a 1/3 cup of maple syrup again. And this time we actually need 6 tablespoons of melted butter. So half stick is only 4 tablespoons. And so I need to get a couple more tablespoons. All right, so I got my butter, add it to my bowl so we can melt it. And then also my butter dish is almost empty. So I'm just gonna use the 2 tablespoons out of here, and then we'll add another stick to my butter dish. All right, pop these in the microwave. Looks like we have about 3 minutes left on our not brownies. We're not making brownies today, we're making muffins, on our muffins. So we'll check those here in a couple minutes. I am gonna go ahead and clean up my area, put some of this stuff away, and then probably by the time I'm done with that, we will be ready to look at our muffins. Butter is nice and melted. Add that to our batter. And then again, we need flour, baking soda, salt, all the normal things for a bread, so I'm gonna get those out. And the banana pumpkin muffins, I am using a mixture of wheat flour and all-purpose flour. And there's our muffins. So let's go ahead and check those first before we finish this. Ooh, these look good. So I'm gonna use my toothpicks to just double check that the insides are fully cooked. That looks good. All right, we'll take these out. Since we need to use these muffin tins again for our banana pumpkin muffins, I'm gonna go ahead and take our muffins out and put them on cooling racks. Also, taking these out of the racks and having them on cooling racks helps them cool down faster, because otherwise they're still sitting in these hot pans. But I can tell you, these smell absolutely delicious, so I'm excited to try one. All right, let's finish up our banana muffins and then we will get them in the oven too. And again, both of the recipes for these muffins will be linked in the description below. So definitely make sure to check those out and then try these at home and comment what you guys thought. How did your family like them? What did you think of them? Yeah, I love to hear your feedback and all of your guys' thoughts and tips and tricks. Okay, so the last thing we need to do before we fill up our muffin tins is add the chocolate chips. And I always like the semi-sweet chocolate chips. I also love dark chocolate, but we don't have that. So if you prefer milk chocolate, you can add those too, but I always recommend semi-sweet or dark because those are my favorites. And honestly, kind of thinking about it now, I feel like white chocolate would be kind of good in here too. I don't know, maybe not. I've never had white chocolate in a muffin before, but I was just thinking of like white chocolate macadamia is really good. I bet white chocolate and banana would be kind of good. I don't know, try it out. If you guys try that, let me know how it tastes. All right, now we need to fill our muffin tins. And I would assume this batch will make around the same amount of muffins, but we shall see once we get all of them in here. Okay, so this batch actually made 22 cupcakes, or muffins. I keep calling them the wrong thing, goodness gracious. So last thing we need to do is just add some chocolate chips over the top so they look pretty when they come out. And I grew up putting food in 4-H, so every time I do, like, I add, you know, a couple chocolate chips on the top, or if I'm doing cookies and it's like, oh, you got M&Ms on the top, I always think of how they used to critique and be like, oh, well, these 2 chocolate chips aren't in line with each other on this cookie. And it was like, seriously? So then when you would do your, like, make your food to present to the fair, you'd be like, all right, I need all 3 of my chocolate chips to be lined up perfectly so these cookies match exactly the way the rest of them look. Just random fun fact and thought that just popped into my head. Were any of you guys also in 4-H growing up as a kid? That was, I think that's all countrywide, like all states have it, but I know some people have never heard of 4-H, so I'm curious if you guys were also 4-H kids or if you have no clue what I'm talking about. Okay, we'll add these to our oven. Okay, and I did another 20 minutes on those. So in the meantime, I'm gonna clean up, do all my dishes, and then we'll get to try them. All right, so our timer went off for our muffins. So let's check these out. Ooh, they smell good. I can immediately smell that banana, like a good banana bread. Ooh, they look perfect. Not seeing any crumbs or any liquid, so we're gonna take these out. And we'll turn our oven off. All right, so again, I'm gonna put these on my cooling rack, and I love these large cooling racks because they fit a bunch of stuff. Okay, I am gonna go ahead and try one of our regular cottage cheese pumpkin muffins. So, looks so good. So there is looks like one little piece of the cottage cheese that I didn't fully get blended up, but that's totally fine. Oh yeah, these are really nice and soft. It's best to let them set even longer to fully cool down, but I wanted to try one and show you guys what it looks like. So once you let it set a little longer, it won't stick like this as much. It just does that when it hasn't fully set. So just FYI. But yeah, so delicious, very good. And I'm also gonna try one of these banana muffins. So again, these are nice and hot because I just took them out, so that's why they're sticking to the thing. But I wanna get them, I wanna try them. Definitely let them set a little longer. They're still pretty warm, but the flavor is phenomenal in these. Tastes like banana bread, but then you got the little hints of the pumpkin with the cinnamon. Very good. And chocolate chips. You can never go wrong with chocolate chips. All right, friends, we are going to start out by putting our dry ingredients into our mixing bowl. And up first, we need 2 cups of flour. And this will be something that you can make, that you're going to want to make for your family on weekends, or if you have like a fall brunch with girlfriends, this will be perfect for that. It will go so well. I know it's called coffee cake, obviously, because you're supposed to eat it like breakfast with coffee, but it seriously will go so well with your morning breakfast and coffee. And then because this is a pumpkin pie spice dish, we obviously need cinnamon. So we are gonna do 2 teaspoons of cinnamon. And then we're also going to add pumpkin pie spice, and that's gonna be 1.5 teaspoons. And we need 2 teaspoons of baking powder. And that was my ½ teaspoon spoon, so that's why I did 4 of them versus 2. And we want ½ teaspoon of salt. All right, and now we need our wet ingredients. So we've got egg, whole milk, pumpkin pie filling, or actually not pumpkin pie filling. I took our pumpkins from last year and processed them and then froze them in the freezer safe bags. So I've got lots of pumpkin that I can use this year from, you know, the big pumpkins you get at a pumpkin patch. I cooked that down and got all the puree out of that. So that is a video on my channel, so if you want to learn how to do that, make sure to check that out. And then also we need a little brown sugar, some maple syrup, vanilla, all the good stuff. I'm gonna whisk this together first quick before we put everything else in. Okay, so I did decide to switch to my rotary beater, so it will make it easier on me to stir this. This batter is a lot thicker, so it's way easier to do it with my KitchenAid mixer versus trying to mix it all by hand. And this you can really whip up, obviously super quick. We do have to make the streusel topping before we throw it in the oven, but it is one that you could, in the morning, if you're like, what should I make? You could throw it together in 10, 15 minutes, pop it in the oven, and then good to go. Which, speaking of oven, we need to preheat ours. So we are preheating it at 350 degrees. And we're gonna be using our 9 by 9 inch baking pan. I have some butter and stuff here on my counter, so I'm gonna clean that up real quick. Okay, so since we're gonna put it in here, I'm gonna use parchment paper to line our pan. So get that. And then with using the parchment paper, you shouldn't need to line your baking dish with like butter or spray or flour. The parchment paper should do the trick on itself. I can tell you this smells so good. You got all the cinnamon and the pumpkin pie spices. It's gonna make your kitchen smell really good. And there are a few butter chunks in here from where it was still probably a little cold, but that's fine. They'll melt as they bake, so it's not a big deal. So the last step before we throw this in the oven, because our oven is ready, it just got done preheating, is we need to make the streusel topping. So we need ½ cup of flour, excuse me, must have got some flour in my face, some more pumpkin pie spice, and butter. So we do want the butter to be cold, and we're gonna use a pastry cutter to blend this all together. So you just kind of want to cut your butter in small cubes. Doesn't have to be super tiny. We're going to use a pastry cutter or a fork if you don't have a pastry cutter to blend it all together. You just want it to still be cold so it creates those nice chunks and crumbles that you see on top of coffee cake. All right, and last but not least, we need some brown sugar. Looks like I need to get more brown sugar. So this is what a pastry cutter looks like if you have no idea what I was talking about. It's used a lot to make pastries, obviously, that's why it's called that. But specifically, a lot of pastries, to get that flaky crust or layers, you gotta have cold butter. So it's a lot easier to use this versus like a whisk or something because it's stronger. And sometimes it's easier to do with your hands, so I'm gonna do that. I should have gotten a wider bowl so I could fit my pastry cutter in there easier, but as long as you wash your hands, this works just fine. And believe me, I've washed my hands a lot today. Okay, so there's our streusel topping. You still wanna have like some chunks in there. That means you just get a better chunk when you're eating it, so it doesn't all have to be fine and powder. And you don't want it that way because it's the whole reason for the cold butter. So we're just gonna put this all over the top. All right, and we'll pop this in the oven for about 25 minutes. All right, let's check our coffee cake and see if it's done. Oh, it looks good. Look at that. Ooh, coming out nice and clean. Oh yeah, that is good. All right, so since our coffee cake is done, I'm gonna let it set for 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, cool off a little bit, and then we will add our icing on the top and it'll be done. So I'm so excited to put the icing on and be able to eat it. If you're craving all the cozy fall flavors, but still need some meal ideas that your family will actually eat, let's dive into a week of doable and delicious ideas. I'm a busy mom cooking up a few simple, comforting, warm fall, autumn-inspired meals. Think Crockpot ranch chicken, apple-baked oatmeal, and a few more fall favorites that make the kitchen smell amazing. These are easy, budget-friendly, and perfect for real weeknights when you are just so busy. Also perfect for a great Saturday morning breakfast. If this video gives you a new idea or makes dinner feel that much more doable, hit that subscribe button below and drop a comment. I'd love to hear what you guys are also cooking up in your kitchens. This apple-baked oatmeal is everything I love about fall in one dish. Warm, spiced, and just sweet enough. It's one of those easy breakfasts that feels a little extra special, but takes barely any effort to throw together. My toddler loves it, and I love that it's higher in protein thanks to cottage cheese and whole milk. It keeps us full all morning long. First, to get started on our apple-baked oatmeal, I'm gonna chop up 2 medium-sized apples. This equals about 2 cups of chopped apples. And I diced them. You don't want them to be too big because they're going in your oatmeal, so you want them to be nice and bite-sized where you don't have to cut them later. And this way they will cook easier and be softer once they're incorporated and baked in the oatmeal. Now that we've got all of our apples chopped up, we are ready to move on and mix everything together. So we need a cup of milk, 1 cup of cottage cheese, and you could also substitute the cottage cheese for Greek yogurt. That would work really well as well if you have Greek yogurt instead of cottage cheese. And then 2 tablespoons melted butter, 2 eggs, a 1/3 cup maple syrup, and we will whisk all of this together. Real quick, I'm gonna put my eggs in our compost bucket, and actually our compost bucket is looking like it's getting really full. So let's go ahead and just take this out to our compost bin and we'll get that done real quick before we keep going. I absolutely love that even if you live in town, you don't have a half acre or a full acre backyard, you can still have a garden, a compost bin. You can do those like homesteading things in town. It's our compost bin. My husband built it rather quickly with just old deck boards. So as long as it's got airflow, you toss it around every once in a while. This will be great soil to throw in your garden next year and save you money. You won't have to buy a bunch of compost and extra dirt from a flower retail store. And moving on to our dry ingredients, we need 2 cups of rolled oats, 2.5 teaspoons pumpkin pie spice, 1 teaspoon baking powder, 1/2 teaspoon sea salt, and then we will dump in 1.5 cups of our diced apples and we'll save the other half cup for spreading over the top once we get it in our pan. We also need half cup of chopped walnuts, so I'm gonna go ahead and cut up some of these walnuts here real quick, and then I'll just put them in my half cup and make sure that we have enough. Also, we're gonna preheat our oven to 350 degrees. To bake this, we wanna get out our 9x9-inch baking pan, and I really love using parchment paper to line my baking dishes. It just helps with the cleanup process, and then stuff doesn't get stuck to the bottom. So we're gonna get our parchment paper laid in, and then we will pour our mixture into the 9x9 baking dish and go from there. And we'll set our timer for 45 minutes, and I'll check it at that mark, and if we need a few more minutes, we can do that too. I have been loving this Go Hydrate brand, especially the grape flavor, for years now. It's my go-to when I need a quick hydration boost. It has no added sugars, uses sea salt instead of regular table salt, and it tastes so good. I'm super picky about flavors, and Go Hydrate has a bunch I actually enjoy drinking throughout the day. It's been a lifesaver for staying hydrated while pregnant and now going into postpartum. I'll drop a link in the description if you want to check it out. Next, we are going to make our ranch chicken in the crock pot, and this I'm actually going to be cooking tomorrow. So we are just going to be meal prepping today, and then tomorrow I'm gonna bake this and cook it, and we will eat it for dinner. But I'm gonna throw everything in it now so it's ready to go. We'll just keep this in the fridge until tomorrow. Tomorrow morning I'll take it out, put it in the crock pot, and it'll sit for 6 to 8 hours on low. So it will be perfect, and I love doing that for meal prepping and make ahead dinners. Guess I can leave it in there, it doesn't really matter. Okay, I'm gonna get my chicken out and a couple other things out of our fridge. Okay, so first we're gonna add our chicken to the crock pot, and I bought chicken thighs instead of chicken breast. If you have chicken breast, you can use that. But right now, chicken thighs are actually the same price as chicken breast. So, since chicken thighs have more flavor because they're more a dark meat versus the white meat, and they don't get as dry as easily, I am just buying chicken thighs now until, you know, the price changes and it goes back to being cheaper to buy chicken breast. So either one will work though, so whatever you have is totally fine. And we're just gonna put our chicken in here. I'm doing about 1.5 pounds to 2 pounds. So this one package is 1.25 pounds, and then I'm gonna do 2 out of this next package. And as always, make sure to wash your hands after you're done touching the raw chicken. So I'm gonna go put my knife in the sink and also wash my hands. Okay, so then we want to season our chicken. So I've got salt and pepper, and then this is a ranch crockpot chicken. So we will be adding an entire packet of the dry ranch seasonings. So this will not be bland. I know it's always a debate of like, did you season your chicken? Yes, there's gonna be lots of seasoning and flavor in here, I promise. Get more pepper out. Okay, so now we're gonna mix all of our extras in a separate container first before we pour it over our chicken in the crock pot. Okay, so in here now we've got our cream of chicken, our chicken broth, our sour cream, and our ranch seasoning packet. And this doesn't have to be perfectly mixed. It's just so once you pour it over, it's nice and incorporated, and then tomorrow while it's cooking, you can stir it a couple times, and you know, once you shred up the chicken, it'll get nice and mixed together, so no worries. Okay, so since this is all mixed together, I'm gonna throw my lid on it, and we will put our crock pot in the fridge, and then I will start it tomorrow. And to go with our ranch chicken tomorrow, I am going to prep sweet potato fries. So I'm gonna cut them, peel them, and then that way tomorrow all I have to do is throw them on my sheet pan, throw them in the oven, and don't have to do anything else really. I'll need to season them, I guess, but it'll be nice that they are already prepped and ready for me to go. And if you would like a printable version of all the recipes I'm making today, check out the description below. It will have everything linked. You can print them off, you can post them on Pinterest, or you could even just save it to your phone. So make sure to check out the description. Filling up our compost bucket again. And to keep our sweet potatoes from turning brown while they sit in our fridge overnight, because I'm not gonna make them until tomorrow, I added water to our bowl, and then we're gonna add some lemon juice. So the acidity in lemon juice helps keep potatoes, well, regular potatoes, sweet potatoes, apples from turning super brown right away. This is something I actually learned from, so I was a camp counselor for 4 years in college, and our cook, Mary, she taught me this. So we would make, or not really make, but we would chop up a bunch of apples in the morning, and then we would have them soak in our lemon water throughout the day. Obviously we'd keep it in the fridge, bring it out during meal times, but it kept them from browning and they always looked really nice. So that is something I learned from our cook at camp. And then we'll just let this sit in the fridge, and tomorrow when I get them out to cook them, we'll drain the water, we'll pat them dry with like paper towels or whatever, and then we'll put them on our sheet pan. All right, so I got the crock pot started. It was around 11 o'clock today. So it's been sitting and cooking on high for about 3 hours, and then I checked it this afternoon a couple hours ago and turned it to low. So it's been on low, it's fully cooked now. It's just been simmering away and getting all the delicious flavors mixed together. We need to get our sweet potatoes prepped and ready, so I drained all the water out of the bowl, and then I'm gonna pat these dry and put them on our sheet pan, which I did cover in parchment paper just to make the cleaning process easier later. For the sweet potato fries, I am just covering them with olive oil and then Lowry seasoning salt. I love Lowry seasoning salt for fries and anything potatoes. It just tastes so good. And also I preheated our oven to 450 degrees, so we will finish these up while we wait for that to preheat. So the fries were in the oven for probably a total of 50 minutes to an hour. I put them in for 20 minutes and then stirred them around, and then they were in for an additional 20 minutes, and I ended up leaving them for another 5 just so they could get crispy. And honestly, they didn't get as crispy as I wanted them to. Probably gonna do the air fryer next time. I've never been able to perfect fry making in the oven before, so they still tasted amazing. We ate them all. They just don't get as crispy like French fries like I want them to, so probably gonna be using the air fryer next time. And this ended up being so delicious. I made steamed vegetables to go with it because I was just thinking like, okay, so we've got the chicken and then we've got the sweet potatoes. We need something else to go with this. And the creamy ranch mixture in the crock pot ended up being kind of like a gravy that we put over our steamed veggies, over everything, because it just was so good. The ranch chicken would honestly be really delicious over like egg noodles or even a bed of white rice. So it was fantastic. Flavor was on point, the bomb, and definitely make sure to try this out yourselves at home, and all the recipes will be linked in the description below, or you can find them on my blog. ourfamilykooks.com. If you've just had this playing in the background, thank you so much for spending time with me in the kitchen. I hope this video gave you plenty of ideas and inspiration you can come back to whenever you're stuck on meals or just need something cozy and familiar to put on. If you enjoyed this style of longer videos, let me know in the comments, and be sure to check out the other videos on my channel for more easy, family-friendly cooking and baking. I'm really glad you're here, and I'll see you in the next one.